Contributions by honorable members. The majority leader and minority leader will have 45 minutes. Other leaders will have 30 minutes. Ministers, 15 minutes. Chairpersons and rankings of committees, also 15 minutes. Vice chairpersons and deputy ranking, 10 minutes. And other members will have 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee recommends that the House keeps to the 10 a.m. sitting time and also have extended sitting on Tuesday, the 18th of March, 2025, to ensure that the business schedule for the week is exhausted. Mr. Speaker, honorable members are to take notes that during the 11th week, in view of the limited time and the volume of work in respect of the consideration of the annual budget estimate, and to pass the appropriation bill by the end of March, the House is scheduled to sit on Mondays, commencing on Monday, the 24th March 2025. The House will extend sitting beyond the prescribed sitting hours. Committees are also urged to sit in the mornings as plenary sitting will commence at 12 noon. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee urges the Ministry of Finance and other ministries and bodies to submit their sectorial estimate to Parliament on time for the consideration and approval of the House. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the annual budget estimate, the Business Committee urges committees to expedite work and report on same to the House for consideration. Mr. Speaker, following the presentation of the budget statement and economic policy of government, a post-budget workshop is scheduled for the participation of all members of Parliament. Honourable members are hereby informed that the post-budget workshop will be held from Saturday the 15th to Monday the 17th March 2025 in the Chamber of Parliament. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 2162 and subject to Order 67, the committee submit to the House the order in which business of the House shall be taken during the week. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Hansard to capture the rest of the business statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the business statement has been presented. The floor is now open for comment. Yes, Honourable Patrick Yauboma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, looking at the chamber, it's very important that next week, Tuesday, the debate commences in earnest. And not raising quorum. Now, we know you will not succeed. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to the time allotment for the budget debate on paragraph 3. And I'm reading that in conjunction with Article 111 of the Constitution. I don't know if you have yours with you. With your kind permission, I'll quote Article 111 of the Constitution. The Vice President or a member or a minister or a deputy minister who is not a member of Parliament shall be entitled to participate in the proceedings of Parliament and shall be accorded all the privileges of a member of Parliament except that he is not entitled to vote or to hold an office in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I realized that a business committee has made allocation for ministers of state, leaving out the Vice President of the Republic, who has been very, very quiet. It will be very, very important to see her in action on the floor. Debate the President's economic and financial policy. Especially having been a former Minister for Education, it will be very important for her to be here to articulate the policy decision of His Excellency President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, so I want the Business Committee to amend this and have a time allotment for Her Excellency the Vice President, Professor Jenna Anopo-Kwajima, to be here and debate the President's budget, since she's the first female Vice President of this country to come and participate, because she's close under the Constitution to participate, Mr. Speaker. We want her to be here. She's been accorded all the advices, from the former party chairman, Sofosu Ampofo is in her office, my constituent, Alex Segwefia, is there, Mr. Pratt. So,
Honorable Patrick Obama, ordinarily, I wouldn't engage in this exercise. But because you are a lawyer, let's take a second look at Article 111 and read the second line, read in between the second line. Well, read all, but concentrate.
I read the entire 111.
Yes. He said the person shall be entitled.
Yes. So we are inviting her.
Entitlement.
We are inviting her.
We're talking about entitlement.
And I made an application to you to ask the Business Committee to invite her and amend the time allotment, Mr. Speaker.
So
that it's an invitation.
Honorable Patrick Yao, Honorable Patrick Yao,
decide to accept the invitation.
Honorable Patrick Yao,
has the right to participate
so
in every proceeding of the House.
By your understanding of Article 111, you mean to say if the business statement did not expressly state that she is entitled to come and participate, though the constitutional provision is very clear, she cannot come and do so if she so desires. Is that the interpretation you are putting on the Constitution?
Mr. Speaker, it's an invitation. And I'm making that application to the Business Committee that she's entitled under the Constitution of Ghana to participate in all proceedings. It's an invitation, Mr. Speaker. She can accept it or refuse it.
Honorable Patrick Yaboma, will you take a cue from the chair? Yes, Honorable Isaac Adongo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Only a few days ago, they were sitting on this side of the House. A few weeks ago, you were sitting here, and you were programming business committee meetings. Did you program the Vice President then to appear in this House, or he was not entitled? Or you assume that he was not appearing here and nodding of his head constituted participation? Unfortunately, the Vice President has very busy things to do. She doesn't want to come and be nodding her head. But if you say she has been very quiet, we cannot force you to listen to her. But yesterday, I listened to her, and many other Ghanaians listened to her. But you can refuse not to hear. If you, in the chamber, at the appropriate time, if she needs to be here, she will be here. But we are taking a cue from His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. She never appeared here. He only appeared here to nod the head. We never heard him in the Hansard. We have never heard him in the Hansard. And the Hansard does not capture nodding of head. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I will take comment on the business statement, but the issue of the entitlement of the Vice President, I will no longer entertain comment on that, simply because a right given by the Constitution cannot be taken away by the business statement, a right which is not given by the Constitution cannot be conferred by the business statement. So once the Constitution makes provision that the Vice President is entitled to come to the House and participate, when the Vice President so decides to come to the House and to participate, the Constitution has given that particular option without reference to the business statement. So, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, just some observation. When the Deputy Majority Leader was presenting the business statement, he made mention of comments on the statement from 18th, Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, committees will be engaging, and tomorrow he said we will start the budget workshop. We still don't have the estimates. Yesterday, you directed that the whips should engage. There is nothing after you said they should engage. And we don't, those copies, if they are not made available, it is definitely something that will affect us. Mr. Speaker, and also when the Deputy Leader was presenting his business statement, he said by the 24th of this month, sitting will commence from Monday. Mr. Speaker, this business statement is supposed to end on the 21st. So why is he talking about 24th when we are not done with 21st yet? And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Adongo was trying to mislead the House when he said few weeks ago we were on this side. My small English, few weeks should be a time period between 3 to 5 weeks, and they have been in government more than that. And for that matter, you cannot say few weeks ago we were here. Few weeks is a time period that is not above 5 weeks. So it is between 3 to 5 weeks. You cannot say that. So, Mr. Speaker, we need the estimate. We need the estimate. And if we don't have the estimate, it will affect the business that we are going to do. And the workshop starts tomorrow, and we need to get the estimate so that committees will start to work. He said by the end of this month, we should be adjourning Senate Day. But if we don't have the estimate, how can we committees be able to function so that we can be able to finish that? For the comment on the business, on the budget, we are ever ready to comment on the business, on the budget statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip. Yesterday, I directed that you should engage. Have you done that? You can speak into the microphone. Has that been done?
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Chief Whip, Roxanne Nelson Dafiamapo, he has done nothing about it. On the directive that you have given that the whip should engage and get the estimate for various committees. He has done absolutely nothing about it.
But it takes two to engage.
Nothing like that. Because, Mr. Speaker, if he has done something about it, we would have seen results.
It takes two to engage.
He only engaged this morning. He only engaged me this morning.
Mr. Speaker, if I may be heard on this small matter. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I engaged his boss. His boss is not here. We engaged, and Speaker, let the record bear me out that the estimates are being produced. You know, Speaker, they are voluminous. They are many. So they are being produced. So I'm sure by close of today, we should have some number ready. And by Monday, we should be able to have nearly all ready for the committee's work, starting from about Tuesday. Indeed, we don't need the estimates for the debates or the comments. Neither do we need the estimates for tomorrow's seminar. It's the economic policy that we need, which is available for every member. It's even online. So, Speaker, my leader will tackle the rest of the issues. But I want to assure the House that, and assure them that the estimates, we are producing them with alacrity, and by Monday, they should be available for the committees to start work. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Asafwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the business statement. This is the fourth time that I'm raising this question. I filed a question to the Minister for Defense. And as we speak, the very fourth time, the question is not showing in the business statement. Is it the case that somebody is trying to show the Minister of Defense from explaining to the House what those military men were doing in the house of the Honorable Ken Oforiatta? Because for the fourth time,
Asafwa, after adjournment, can you show me a copy of the admitted statement?
It is not a statement. It is a question that I filed.
Admitted question.
Yes.
The admitted question.
Yes.
That your question has been admitted.
It was. I filed it. They gave it back to me to make corrections to which corrections I made.
Honorable Asafwa.
Which corrections I made and submitted to the clerk again.
Honorable Asafwa, I stated yesterday that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, you follow the procedure in exercising the right. You always state that your question has been admitted but not programmed by the business statement. And the question that I am asking is that, is your question admitted? If so, after adjournment, show me a copy of the admitted statement, the admitted question. So once it is admitted, then we'll know what to do. But if you send a question to the clerks don't admit question. The clerks don't admit question. So it means that you are sending your question to a wrong forum, expecting same to be admitted. So just do the needful. Honourable members, if a question or a statement is submitted and there is the need to rephrase the question or the statement, after doing so, you again follow the same channel for the question or the statement to be admitted. It is after admission of the statement that it will be forwarded to the clerk, who would in turn program same to be taken. Yes, Honorable Nindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I still want us to look at the estimates. Most at times, when this estimates delay, it puts a lot of pressure on us getting to the end of the sitting. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to you and the Business Committee if they could put some timelines. Because if you just say, we expect it as soon as possible, or you expect it to come timely, and there are not timelines, it becomes a bit open. And when we don't get these estimates early, the pressure on us will be too much for us. So, Mr. Speaker, I will urge you to get the Business Committee to give us some kind of timelines for this particular estimates. Mr. Speaker, the second issue I want to draw your attention to, and to also appeal to you, has to do with the extended sitting, where we have to come on Monday and sitting might be extended, and we don't know how far we'll go through the extended sitting. I want to appeal to the Business Committee and the leadership to try and make adequate provision so that when we are doing the extended sitting, Mr. Speaker, members do not suffer. I know what I am talking about. Sometimes you come here and it becomes very difficult for you after some period to even get water to drink. Mr. Speaker, although the post-budget workshop has already been scheduled, to take place in the chamber. I know we want to cut down costs, but experience shows that most of the times when we have these post-budget workshops in-house, attendance is a bit poor. So I don't know, Mr. Speaker,
let's have some order.
Next time we can look at attendance and cost cutting and how effective the workshop will be. These are the few concerns I want to put across. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Professor Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for indulging me. My concern has to also do with the time for sitting from Tuesday next week. Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to commence sitting at 10 a.m. And from next week, we also did sittings. I'm pleading with you and the House that 10 a.m. should be 10 a.m. Because if we are doing a Sunday sitting, you come at 10 a.m. and sitting starts at 12 or 1. Then it means that, Mr. Speaker, we are going to sit here for a very long time. Look at the business statement. Questions have also been programmed. It means that there are going to be a lot of activities for us to embark upon from next week. So please, 10 a.m. sitting should start so that we can effectively maximize the time we are going to spend in the House. This is my concern, and I'm hoping that we all heed to this important suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, my concern is on the allotment of time for honourable members who may wish to contribute on the budget statement. Speaker, if you look at the last category, the other honourable members, the time allotted is only 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I think 5 minutes will be too short, for any meaningful contribution. So, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I want to suggest that we increase the allotment for the last category to 10 minutes and the last but one to 12 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, previously leader.
Member lamented. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget of hope. The budget, everybody in this country wants to hear something about it. Our constituents want to hear us on this floor. So I also plead that we adjust the time for the ordinary members to 10 minutes at least for us to also thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And let me commend my colleague opposite me for...
Honourable members, the background noise is too much.
Mr. Speaker, again, thank you for the opportunity, and let me commend my colleagues opposite me for putting together the business statement, which was ably presented to us this morning. Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy that this morning I've seen the majority
in their numbers. Yesterday, you recall, I drew the attention of the House to their frequent absence in this chamber, making the work of their whips difficult. I'm happy that this morning they have come in, and I pray that they stay to do government business. It's not the work of the whip to be whipping you into the chamber. Jubilee is not an extension of Parliament. So it is good. It is good. It doesn't matter. We are dealing with government side. So it's good you have reported today. Mr. Speaker, that said, yesterday we heard of the sacking of IGP Dampare. We heard that the president has sacked related to this matter. On the road leading to the Jubilee House, we know that the Minister for Greater Accra promised us that our light will be on, the street light will be on. Mr. Speaker, it's not good for the security of the presidency if the entire route leading to the office of the president is so dark. And this is in the heart of the city. It is worrying. So I would plead that the leader of government business programs the minister for Greater Accra to come and assure this House of the steps she is taking to address the situation. We need sufficient street lights in the city, particularly so in the area where the seat of government is located. So that is my second prayer to the leader of government business, to include this in the business for the ensuing week. Mr. Speaker, that said, there were a number of issues that the minister, leader of government business, assured us on last week. This Ablekuma North situation, where they are done with their work, what they need is sufficient security. Mr. Speaker, this matter was raised on this House floor The understanding was that there was going to be some engagement, and the leader of government business will report to us. The week has passed, nothing has been heard. So as a follow-up, can the deputy leader take this matter up for the ensuing week? Because, Mr. Speaker, this is supposed to be a 276-member chamber. And if, for the first time in the history of our politics, we are in the 3rd month or even 4th month after election, and we still have one constituency still outstanding, I think we must bring a closure to this matter, especially so when
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, I will give you the floor after he's done. Honorable Majority Chief Whip. Honorable Majority Chief Whip, I will give you the floor after he's done. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is happening is not good for our democracy. We are in this together as one big family. We've had elections, issued a public statement to the effect that it is done with its work, and upon taking steps to make a declaration, some hoodlums, some thugs interrupted and vandalized their property and threatened their very lives. And they've been calling for enhanced security to enable them bring closure to the matter in Ablekuma North. Mr. Speaker, we raised this as the people's representatives, and the leader of government business was to make a follow-up, engage his colleague, the Interior Minister, and the IGP, and for that matter, the Election Security Task Force. Although the former one, the one who was just dismissed. Very well, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, though the IGP has been dismissed, by President Mahama, it doesn't matter. It's still the police administration. These are
and the second issue to do with the budget statement, we don't actually require, my honorable brother knows so well, he's been in the House for a while, that we don't require budget estimate to actually carry out a workshop or to do a debate. But as we Honorable members get the opportunity to make a contribution. We are quite a number here, and therefore we are working also within time constraints. So we have to make sure that each person who chooses to speak gets the opportunity to do so. So I think it is fair, but as the debate goes on, we will look at it. People may speak less or more, but I think that can be done when the debate is actually going on. Now, I'm not sure what the minority leader wants me to say about the circuit of dismissal of the. I really don't know what you want me to say, because the information came out, I think, last night. That was after we had done the statement. So it could not. So we will have a look at it when we sit at the committee meeting and consider. That issue if it's needed. But lights in Greater Accra is dark and all that. If the regional minister is needed here, I'm sure we can to be here. So the same situation with the electricity situation that you mentioned. If we need the energy minister here, I think we can do that. Now, on the issue of the electoral commission, the minority leader, who I know is a very good lawyer, knows I'm not a lawyer, but you know that in Article 45 of the Constitution, you know, we are not to interfere with the work of the EC. So I'm sure you know what to do. If you need to file a question, you know, to the independent. Constitutional body which elects.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, my respected colleague will bear me out that in making my submissions, I said I didn't want to overload him, so he should respond to them. I said so. Hansard will bear me out, and he knows I won't mislead the House. I said I wanted him to take those ones. Then when he's done, because I acknowledge the fact that colleagues had asked some other questions prior to mine. I've been in that hot seat before. When you overloaded, it's a problem. So at least he should answer, then we come back. Mr. Speaker, I won't make your work difficult. I'm left with two issues that I wanted him to finish. Then we close it.
Well, Minority Leader, what I know is that we are lack to make comment on the business statement. Then from you, opportunity is given to the majority side. Then after that, the business statement is adopted. And that was what exactly we did. We took comments behind you.
Service, my family and friends, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. At this glorious moment today, I express my profound gratitude and the honor bestowed on me by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, for appointing me to this prestigious position as the Inspector General of Police of our dear country. Your Excellency, being entrusted with such a pivotal role signifies a personal milestone. It acknowledges the dedication, hard work, and commitment to excellence that have formed the bedrock of my policing career since I joined the service as a recruit in the year 1985. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this leadership position transcends mere title. It embodies a solemn responsibility that demands unwavering vigilance, integrity, and the ability to make decisions that safeguard the safety, security, and the well-being of our citizens and beyond. Your Excellency, I approach this responsibility with the utmost seriousness, fully recognizing the weight of expectations accompanying this role. In alignment with the transformation and modernization of the service, I pledge to uphold the values, traditions, and culture of the Ghana Police Service, consistent with the resetting agenda of Your Excellency the President. In this regard, the guiding principles will include discipline and respect for seniority within the hierarchy structure of the service. So I assure you, Your Excellency, that professionalism, transparency, accountability, and fairness shall underpin my administration and focus on renewing attitudes and performance, thereby positioning the service to meet the aspirations of our people and foster peace and security in our country. So let me reaffirm a fundamental truth. Policing is a shared and collective responsibility. Consequently, community engagement and community policing and partnership will be an essential strategy for communities to participate in crime prevention and fighting. I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to my family, colleagues, and loved ones for supporting me throughout my journey. Your guidance and trust have been instrumental in shaping me into the leader I am today. And I will continue to depend on your expertise as we work collectively to reset and consolidate the norms and traditions of our institution. At this juncture, I wish to acknowledge the remarkable achievements of my predecessors, whose dedication and excellence have paved the way for our present endeavors. To the courageous policemen and women who believe in my ability to lead, I commit to remaining diligent and transparent in all pursuits to collectively build the service we aspire to for our beloved nation. By fostering a secure environment where justice, peace, and stability flourish, we can create the conditions necessary for everyone's well-being. I will strive to uphold the values and standards that have defined this office of generations. I will do everything within my power to ensure that our security remains responsive and proactive. Once again, thank you for your trust. I'm both honored and eager to embark on this new chapter in my policing, and I look forward to collaborating with each of you to cultivate a safer and more secure environment for the people of Ghana. May God bless the Ghana Police Service, bless our homeland Ghana, and bless us all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. IGP. Another round of applause, please. I think we get into the end of this special occasion. May I kindly invite all of us to be upstanding for the national anthem, please.
Whether it is part of the budget now because the work has not been started, captured. So, but once it's a very strategic road, we'll work together to see what we can do to get it done, just as many other roads that require urgent work. So we'll work with the contractor to see when he will start work as soon he will start work as soon as possible. As possible.
Any further supplementary?
There is none except to thank him very much for the comprehensive answer provided.
Is this not a constituency specific question?
It passes through that.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister the name of the contractor who is supposed to work on the road. Because in his submission, he didn't mention the name of the contractor. And then, looking at the road, according to the Minister, the contract was signed on the 11th of December 2024. But surprisingly, in April 2024, a Deba was organized in Guinea, where all MPs who were part of the then government attended the program, including the DCs and all government functionaries at that time. we, the two MPs who were opposition MPs then, were not invited. We heard of the program, we went there, and when we got there, they have gathered all chiefs along the stretch for a groundbreaking ceremony. And on that fateful day was the day ground was broken for the program. So I'm surprised today hearing from the minister that the contract was signed in December, while the groundbreaking ceremony took place in April. It's surprising. It's surprising. So, Mr.
Members, order. So, what is your question?
So, my question is, what urgency is the ministry taking to work?
Honorable former Deputy Minister for Education, I think the minister is clear in the answer that if the contractor, out of goodwill, have taken a decision to ensure some maintenance on the road, it's a different thing altogether. But from his record, the contract is yet to commence. There is no commencement date and there is no completion date. I think the answer is very clear. Honorable Patricia Apiaje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since this is a House of Records, I think we cannot leave without understanding the real position. What I would like to find out from the minister, it is very clear that he has not visited the site. And since we are having that controversy, is he going to assure us to make sure that you visit the site and know exactly what has happened and report accordingly to the House so that we know the state of the construction? Thank you.
And the completion date is not yet certain. So if there's anything to do, I agree with the next part of your inquiry, which says that what can we do to make sure that the project comes to fruition? That is exactly what we are going to do. When we are ready, or when the contractor is ready with for the site, and on that occasion, hopefully there will not be the need to do another round of gathering MPs and chiefs to do another sword cutting. What we need is the contractor on site working. So I believe that the answer is clear enough. Mr. Speaker, I know the contractor. We've had interactions with them. The issue the issue is that, and I repeat, that is the reason why, and it is, in fact, Mr. Speaker, there are many projects in our portfolio. All contractors who actually got their contract after the election are hesitant of going to the site to start work. That is the fact. There's a reason we should probably make a law that after election, certain key decisions should be left to whoever wins the election. But this is a road, whether it's done last year or a national road, is going to be done. I can assure my leader that, yes, this project is a priority. It will be done. But as we've always said, the finance minister stood at the same position and gave us the position of the country in terms of money. 90% of contractors who are not working are not off-site because they don't want to work. It's because they have worked. We owe them over $20 billion Ghana cedi, and that is why they are off-site. And we need to be thinking of how do we pay them instead of asking them when will you be completing the project back to site. 800 million Ghana cedi is a lot of money. We should factor that into our budget. That is just one of the roads. So, Mr. Speaker, this road will be done, and the contractor will be taken to site, and then we'll determine the start and the completion.
Honourable members, let's end the urgent questions here and move to item numbered 8. Honourable members, before doing so, we have students from some educational institutions visiting the house. They are from the following institutions: Southbridge Montessori School, led by Mr. Anthony Zomolo, head teacher. They are from Ablekuma South constituency. They are 275 in number. We have Mount Zion International School, led by Opon Solomon, teacher. They are from Pung Kantamanso. They are 100 in number. We have Christ Union Academy, led by Abraham Tete, teacher, also from Ablekuma North, 82 in number. And we have Honorable Lord Boehm, Independence Day quiz finalists. They are led by James Azupero, lead organizer. They are from Peru East, 73 in number. Honorable members, on behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I wish to welcome our dear students and wish them a fruitful visit to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Honourable members, item numbered 8, questions. Honourable members, apart from the urgent question, other questions have been programmed for the minister responsible for roads and highways. And he's also here to provide answers to those questions. Question number 55, standing in the name of Isaac Buama Nyako, Member of Parliament for Efia constituency. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways what the ministry intends to do to ensure the completion of the Efia-Kuma number 9 bypass route, which forms part of the Efia Lot 2, as the current state of the road poses great challenge to motorists and the community. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Efia Kwesimintim municipality is located in the southeast part of Western region and has Kwesimintim as its capital town. The Efiekuma number 9 bypass forms part of the Efiekuma main road, which connects the N1 at number 9 traffic light. Current program. The bypass, which is Efia Lot 2, has been awarded under the project titled Upgrading of MAPES and selected collector and arterial roads in Efia Kwesimintim to bituminous surface. The contract commenced on the 30th of September 2019 for completion on the 29th of March 2021, which was later revised to 29th March 2025. The project is 72% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site due to delays in payment for works done. Warning letters have been issued to the contractor to return to site and complete the outstanding works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for his response to my question. As he indicated, the road currently stands at about 72% completion. The stretch we're talking about now, which is the bypass towards the police station, is just about 800 meters. But the effect of that road on the motorists and the community is very, very, very precarious. So I would like to find out from the Honourable Minister if, since the cause of this non-performance is due to payment, and we're talking about just 800 meters of road left, I would like to find out from the Minister if he could gladly make some arrangement for the contractor to go back to site and complete this for the people of Efia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. Since he says the section, the uncompleted section is just about 800 meters. Yes, I would, myself and my staff would work with the contractor and appeal to him that whilst we work towards honoring his certificate to make the intervention and reduce the bad condition on that section as quickly as possible. So we'll do that.
Any further supplementary?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for his generosity. Thank you.
Any further supplementary? Honourable members, let's move to question number 56. Standing in the name of Honourable Isaac Boamanyako, MP for Efia constituency.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what the plans are for the ministry to fix the non-functional Efiekuma number 9 traffic light, as the current state of the traffic light poses a great danger to road users and the entire community. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Efia Kwesimintim municipality is located in the southeast part of Western region and has Kwesimintim at its capital town. The traffic signal control the flow of traffic at the number 9 intersection, which is on the Takoradi Cape Coast Highway. The other 2 intersections and approaches are the Efiekuma bypass and Queen of Peace Road. The number 9 traffic signal is currently not operational due to the damage damaged
traffic light that we're talking about, as the minister indicated, is sitting on the N1 through connecting, if it's sitting on the N1 through connecting Ifie, Kuma, and then Takrade. Because it's a major highway, the non-functioning of the traffic light is really a big issue for the people. It causes accidents, it's causing children to be knocked down. Since 2019, when attempts were made to fix the traffic light, the very day that it was fixed, it went off and it has never functioned again. My checks with the urban routes and follow-up has been what you've rightly indicated. I would like to appeal with the Honorable Minister. Now, he's at least giving us some timeline, which is to be fixed by the end of the second quarter this year. I would like to appeal to the Honorable Minister that we work within this and get it fixed by the said timeline. Most grateful, Honorable Minister, for the response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, let's move to statement number 57. Standing in the name of Honorable Seth Osei Akoto, Echima Mponua constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to roads and highways, the plans of the ministry to rehabilitate bridge Katachiwa Akonche through to Apemnadi in Achimomponia constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. The Kotokuom Bridge is a 67.2 meter concrete bridge and spans the River Ofin at 6.2 meters along the Kwanfifin and Kotokuom Anoche Road in the Echima Mponua district of the Ashanti region. The bridge is in a critical state of deterioration, posing significant risk to both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Extensive and deep cracks are visible across the bridge deck and supporting elements, indicating severe structural distress. The bottom of the slab exhibits significant concrete spalling, which has exposed the reinforcement and further weakened the structure. Additionally, the steel beams supporting the bridge slab are heavily corroded and damaged at their joint, compromising the overall structure. Completely caved in due to combined effect of heavy traffic and structural failure. Current program. I conducted a visit to the site with a team of engineers from the Ministry of Roads and Highways in the company of Ashanti Regional Minister and RECSEC on the 3rd of March 2025 to assess the situation. The bridge requires complete replacement, and as such, It has been closed for repair works and is to be completed within 3 months. During the period of the temporary work, an alternative route will be open for commuters to access through Sreboso, Bonkwaso, Menukrum, and then Kotokum. A contractor has been tasked to undertake sectional maintenance works on the alternative route to allow for easy movement of commuters.
Any supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, rightly you did indicate that a contractor has been tasked to undertake sectional maintenance of the alternative route. My checks have revealed that the contractor is not on site. May I know when the contractor will move to the site? And two, the name of the contractor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I indicated I went to the site with my team myself on the 3rd. Today's date is not far from the 3rd. A bridge was almost collapsing. So what we did was, it's an emergency work. So the contractor is mobilizing to go to the site. In fact, he's on site because they have carried out the inspection and everything. We've also asked the same contractor to explore the diversion. So he's supposed to do the assessment of the diversion to know the interventions that are supposed to be carried out. So yes, if you don't see them demolishing the existing bridge now, is because you need to work with the engineers to know even how to carry out the demolition, because we are not completely demolishing what we see there. We are demolishing the deck and the weak parts so that we can rehabilitate the bridge. So the contractor will carry out the work as scheduled. The contractor's name is NAC Fairmont.
Honorable, any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. First, I didn't get the name of the contractor very well. And then two, my constituents and I, very grateful to the Honorable Minister and the Ashanti Regional Minister for embarking upon the trip to assess the situation. But I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister because, like I've already indicated, my checks have reviewed, nothing has been done. So please, I'll continue to appeal and I'll continue to engage you, because it says more than 25 communities on that stretch of that road. So I'm appealing. So we are very, very grateful for assessing the situation yourself and then engineers that you took along.
Yes, the name I mentioned for as a contractor is NAC Fairmont. And I'll reiterate, this is an emergency work. We identified a contractor in the area with capacity to be able to carry out this work, and we intend to carry out, which is carried out, because if anybody breaches that, it could lead to a disaster. So I'll continue to work with you to make sure that the directive that no one uses the bridge whilst we are carrying out the rehabilitation works is fully implemented. Thank you very much, my colleague.
Honourable members, we move to question numbered 58, standing in the name of Honourable Azik Boamanyako, MP for Efia constituency.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways what the ministry intends to do to ensure
the Department of Urban Road is undertaking a project titled Rehabilitation of CDH Road, Takrady, 2.35 kilometers, under which the CDH road shall be constructed. The contract commenced on the 15th of December 2020 for completion on the 14th of June 2022 and was later revised to be completed on the 13th of June 2025. The project is 43% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site due to delay in payment for works done. Warning letters has been issued to the contractor to return to site and complete the works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. Honorable Minister, the road, as you rightly indicated, is about 43% complete. But actually, the greater part of the work, when we talk about the drainage part of the work and even the release of crushed rocks, have all been placed on the road. It is very true and fair that if funds are released for the contractor, it will take about 3 months for the work to be completed. And as you said, the stretch is just 2.3 kilometers, just about 2.3 kilometers. And yet the net effect, it's a very densely populated area. And so I will plead with the Honorable Minister, if steps can be taken for the contractor to be made some payments so that he could go and complete the work for the good people of Efia. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that the stretch he's talking about is not very long. But, Mr. Speaker, as with many of the thousands of contractors we have, they have actually invested money in this project. Once they are not paid, it is difficult for you to compel them to work. So I can only say that as and when we make money available and pay these contractors, many of them will go to site and work. But we'll continue to encourage them to keep maintaining the road to a level that is motorable whilst we make arrangement to honor their certificate. It's all about money, Mr. Speaker. If we owe contractors 20 billion Ghana cedi, you know, when we owe contractors 20 billion Ghana cedi, it's something that we must work towards. And I hope the House will work together. Mr. Speaker, I can understand why the entire debt of the sector was just around 5 billion a few years ago, and it's 20 billion and counting. 5 billion Ghana cedis, and today it's 20 billion and counting. It's simply because we are in difficulty financially. So we shall work and raise the necessary revenue and pay contractors so that they can go back to site and work on our roads so that we can have safer communities. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the Honorable Minister for the response. But, Mr. Speaker, in as much as I appreciate the constraints of the ministry and the minister in terms of payment to contractors, the effect of some of these projects are that when contractors work to a point and we don't get them to complete, within a short time, all the roads get bad again and all the investment done becomes futile. So, to the extent that you check the cost of the construction of the project, and it's within the ministry's ability, if some prioritization could be made on this stretch, so that at least we don't get the road deteriorated to an extent that we have to always come back to a reconstruction process. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my colleague's observation is very true. Unlike buildings, that when you build to a point and you can leave it, go and come back and continue. Roads, once you don't continue to the logical conclusion by sealing it, when you abandon it for 2 years, whatever you have done becomes a waste, because the weather basically just deteriorates everything that you have done. And I agree with him. If we have our way, we should be able to have enough funding to start and finish every project before we start. Mr. Speaker, in the coming months, one of the most difficult ones is going to be the bypasses on Kumasi Road. I made mention of this the last time I was here, that at the time of contracting, the total cost of those projects was 1.9 billion. Almost all the contractors have vacated site because they are looking for 1.7 billion cedis, variation on a 1.9 billion cedi project. It is that money just doesn't exist in the contract. So we need to now go and look for another 1.7 billion cedi as a variation on a project that is 1.9 billion. In fact, some of the lots, the variation is more than 100% on those projects. The question is, how are we going to raise that money? In fact, that money is not even part of what we are talking about today. So I agree. Maybe we need to take a second look at the way we do road contracts. Whether if we don't even have money, we should allow people to just go and clear the whole road and leave it to the state that the public can't use it. So it's a good observation, but going forward, we shall work together to see how we make it better. So your road is in focus. As soon as we fund the certificate of the contractor, I'm sure they will go back to site and complete the work.
Yes, Honourable Minority. Very well.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways for attending to my questions. I'm most grateful. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader. This is constituency specific.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, rightly so. But in his earlier answer, he was talking about lamenting a 20 billion debt. A 20 billion debt. And just want to find out from him how he intends to raise money to pay contractors. It's not about the debts, but it's about the work they've done. You keep emphasizing debt, debt, debt. When you go into accounting, we have assets and liability. The work done by a contractor amount to an asset to the state. The state has benefited. The obligation of the state is to pay, which is a liability. So my question to you is that since these contractors are Ghanaians and they have their businesses at stake and they have employees who are Ghanaians to feed, what assurances have you for them in respect of the 20 billion Ghana cedi debt you are lamenting about? It's not a time to lament. It's time to pay. It's the reason why you are in government. Give assurance to the contractors. Your plans.
Honourable Minority Leader, does the minister responsible for roads and highways raise money to pay contractors?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in the ordinary sense, as you put it, he doesn't raise it, but he makes a request for that to be raised through the finance minister. And I am bringing this up because he raised the issue that there is a debt of 20 billion that must be paid. Mr. Speaker, he has a responsibility as a roads and highways minister to ensure that the contractors are paid. If you don't forward the certificate to the finance minister and all the monies will be assigned to Jubilee House, 2.7 billion or more to Office of Government Machinery, when you can commit this to pay contractors for them to fix the roads. I mean, Mr. Speaker, It is not your responsibility, Honorable Rose Minister.
Honorable Minority Leader, does the minister responsible for roads and highways raise money for Jubilee House?
No, Mr. Speaker, that's not the contest. I'm saying that if he is able to align with the finance minister, instead of allocating those monies to Jubilee, the Office of Government Machinery, instead of allocating to the Office of Government Machinery, they will prioritize it. Mr. Speaker, managing an economy requires prudence. And
Honorable Minority Leader, I intend to direct that we file a question for the finance minister to come and answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you.
Thank you very much. So, I know you are not to answer the question. Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, you are not to answer the question. Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, you are not to answer the question.
Speaker, thank you for.
Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, this is a question. Honorable Minister, kindly resume your seat.
Actually, answer the question.
Honorable Minister, kindly resume your seat. Honorable members, let's move to question number 59. Standing in the name of Honorable Anthony Imie, Member of Parliament for Otobri. Honorable Finance Minister, this is the last question for the Roads Minister, then we can come to your business. Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to apply, indulge you to apply to vary the public business to take addendum. Yes, to take addendum for the finance minister to be able to lay his paper or his bill.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to vary.
Yes, Minority Leader.
To the Deputy Leader, the practice is that you would first seek, you engage us. No, I'm saying the practice is that you first engage so that you proceed, which you rightly did. So we are not opposed to the application. Save that, Mr. Speaker, when the finance minister rises to bow, I would want the entire House to observe the finance minister. He is wearing Gubavera. And I don't want anybody to attempt inviting the speaker to say that he's not properly dressed. This is Gubavera, a crutch for shirt he's wearing. And a Gubavera is not a pajamas. It's not improper dressing. The finance minister is wearing a Gubavera shirt, a gentleman's shirt, and he's wearing it. So I'm happy you are here. By the way, it's an expensive shirt.
It shows that he's in charge of the press.
Mr. Speaker, this is the socialists are wearing Gubavera. This is a Gubavera shirt, and he's wearing one. Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, you see, that is original Gubavera. That is original Gubavera.
Yes. Honorable Minister, you want to respond to the Minority Leader? Well, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
order.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I've made a commitment to this House to patronize locally made dresses.
Yeah.
And so, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing wrong if I decide to wear something that is made locally. Or, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing wrong. And I urge colleagues to learn to buy from Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the issue is not about where it was made. It is a Gubavera. Our local fashionists also make Gubavera. So, Mr. Speaker, I have local brand Gubavera. By the way, Mr. Speaker, the issue is not about whether or not it's a foreign Gubavera or local Gubavera. What you are wearing is Gubavera. And I want you to let your members know.
Honorable Minority Leader.
That is the issue. By the way, this morning, Mr. Speaker, this morning, they populated the chamber. All of a sudden, they are all out, empty seats. And this is the time that the finance minister is here to lay a paper. Look at the empty seats. They've left again, going to look for jobs at the Jubilee House. They should come to the Chamber of Parliament and work. Look at all the empty seats. You are 38 in normal. Ceremonial majority. Ceremonial majority.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, the order of business is accordingly varied. Instead of item numbered 9, we are moving to item numbered 10 at commencement of public business. Honourable members, let's turn to order paper addendum. Honourable members, presentation and first reading of bills. Honourable members, question time is not over. We are just varying the order of business to accommodate the finance minister.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013 Act 870 to exempt the supply of motor vehicle insurance from value-added tax.
Honourable members, the bill on value-added tax amendment 2025 is accordingly read for the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and reports. Honourable members, back to question time. Question number 59. Standing in the name of Honourable Anthony Mie, Odotobri, Member of Parliament.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways, my question is, are there any measures that have been put in place to ensure that all contractors return to complete abandoned projects within the Amansia Central District?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And I also thank you for encouraging me to resist the temptation of telling the respected minority leader what a said 16 billion was used to do under the slush fund. But I won't say that one today, because the 16 billion could have made a dent in the 20 billion we owe contractors. But that's for another day. So I won't say it here today. Mr. Speaker, the background, the Jakobu is the district capital of Amansie Central District in Ashanti region. It is a town located off the Ewian Kwanta Obuasi Road, N10. 1. Jakobu Junction to Jakobu Town, roads. Current program. The road was awarded as a variation order under the contract titled Reconstruction of Awian Kwanta Obuasi Road, 30 kilometers. Lot 7, variation order number 3, rehabilitation of Jakobu Junction to Jakobu Town, 8.3 kilometers, and Jakobu Town, 5.6 kilometers. The project commenced on the 19th of December 2019 for completion by 18th December 2023. The progress of work is 40% physical completion. The contractor is on site and work is progressing. The Department of Feeder Road is also undertaking 11 projects in the district. Lucky you, my brother. 1. Upgrading to bituminous surfacing of Fiakuma Kente Feeder Road, 10 kilometers. Bituminous surfacing of Fiakuma Ebuakwa Krobo, kilometer 0 to kilometer 10.2. Bituminous surfacing of Fiankuma, is that the case? Fiakuma, all right. Fiakuma Ebuakwa Krobo, kilometer 10.2 to 20.2. 4. Bituminous surfacing of Atia Mile 14 to Atia Junction, kilometer 0 to 6. Bituminous surfacing of Jakobu Ebuakwa Krobo Odaso, 7 kilometers. Bituminous surfacing of Hia Mile 14 to Atia Junction, kilometer 6 to kilometer 9.7.3. 7. Bituminous surfacing of Chuampiase Mile 15 to the length is 6 kilometers. Bituminous surfacing of Chuampiase Mile 15, that is kilometer 6 to kilometer 12. Upgrading of Fienkwanta to Krobo, 12.9 kilometers. The 10th one, rehabilitation of Mile 15, that is 32.8 kilometers. And then the last one, bituminous surfacing of Mile 15, Hu Feeder Road, 9.5 kilometers. 1. Upgrading of and bituminous surfacing of Fiankwanta to Kente Road. Current program. The project is titled Bituminous Surfacing of Fiankwanta Kente Feeder Road, 10 kilometers. Works commenced on the 27th of August 2024 for completion by 26th of February 2026. Progress of work is estimated at 8.15 physical completion. The contractor is currently on site and work is progressing. 2. Bituminous surfacing of Fiankwanta to Ebuakwa Krobo, 10.3 kilometers. And then bituminous surfacing of Fiankwanta to Ebuakwa Krobo. Current program. The above project has commenced on the 6th of April 2020 and was expected to be completed on the 6th of April 2021. It has since elapsed. The contractor is currently not on site and works have since been terminated. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out by the end of the second quarter of 2025 to assess the appropriate intervention, after which consideration will be made in the 2026 budget for if funds become available. 4. Bituminous surfacing of Atia Mile 14. Current program. This project is entitled Upgrading of Atia Mile 14, Junction Feeder Road. That's 6 kilometers to bituminous surfacing. This project is supposed to be funded by Cocoa Board. The works commenced on the 22nd of September 2016 for completion on the 21st of September 2017. The progress of work is estimated at 68%. The contractor is currently not on site and the works have since been recommended for termination. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out in the third quarter of 2025, and upon receipt of that, The preparations will be made for that to be captured in the 2026 budget. 5. Bituminous surfacing of Jakobu, Abuakwa Krobo, Odumase Road. Current program. This project is entitled Upgrading of Jakobu, Krobo, Odaso Project, 7 kilometers to bituminous surfacing. Works commenced on the 3rd of May 2016 for completion on the 4th of May 2017. Progress of work is 65% physical completion. Contractor is not on site and works have since been recommended for termination. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out by the end of the 3rd quarter of 2025 upon termination of the contract to assess the appropriate intervention, after which consideration will be made in the 2026 budget. 6. Bituminous surfacing of here mile 14 to Atia Junction. Current program. This project is entitled Bituminous surfacing of here mile 14 to Atia Junction to bituminous surfacing. It was supposed to be funded by Cocoa Board. The works commenced on the 31st of October 2016 for completion by 30th of October 2017. The progress of work is estimated at 10%. The contractor is currently not on site and the works have been recommended for termination. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out by the end of the 3rd quarter of 2025 and then after the termination of the contract, after which the necessary interventions will be recommended for the 2026 budget. 7. Bituminous surfacing of Chuapiase Mile and then to bituminous surfacing of Chuapiase Mile 15. Current program. The project was commenced on the 14th of May 2020 for completion by 14th of May 2021. Contractor is currently not on site and works have since been terminated. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out by the end of the 2nd quarter of 2025 to assess the appropriate intervention, after which consideration will be made in the 2026 budget. 9. Upgrading of Fiason Kwanta, Kronko, and then other roads. Current program. This project is titled Upgrading of Fiankwanta, Kroko, Feeder Road to bituminous surfacing. It was supposed to be done under Cocoa Board funding. Works commenced on the 2nd of March 2021 for completion by 1st of March 2022. Progress of work is just 4% physical completion. Contractor is currently not on site and works have since been recommended for termination. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out by the end of the 3rd quarter of 2025 upon termination of the contract to assess the appropriate interventions to be made for the 2026 budget. 10. Rehabilitation of mile 15 to Jamitan Hunu and other roads. Mr. Speaker, the funding for this project is to be from Cocoa Board. The works commenced on the 14th of June 2021 for completion on 13th of June 2023. The contractor is currently not on site and works have since been recommended for completion. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out by the end of the 3rd quarter of 2025 upon termination of the contract to assess the appropriate interventions to be carried out in the 2026 budget. 11. Bituminous surfacing of mile 15 to Hu Feeder Road. Current program. This project was supposed to be funded by Cocoa Board. Works commenced on the 14th of June 2021 for completion by 13th of June 2023. Contractor is currently not on site and works have since been terminated. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out by the end of the 3rd quarter of 2025 upon termination of the contract, and a recommendation will be made for consideration in the 2026 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any follow-up?
I'm grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the update. I realize that out of the 11 roads being constructed by feeder roads, the contractors for 10 of them have abandoned the site. Very disturbing experience. What is more disturbing is that some of these sites have been abandoned for over 6 good years. I think it is not good for us as a nation. Can you assist this House, if you know, as to the reason why these contractors have abandoned their sites? Not only these contractors, I think it's a canker, it's everywhere. You go everywhere in Ghana, road contracts have been awarded, and I don't know if it is the practice of contractors to take contracts, you sign them, you assure the government of Ghana that you are going to embark on this contract, then you just visit the site, the next moment we realize you are not there. You don't go back to the site, you don't inform the government that I don't want your contract anymore, I cannot complete the contract, and you leave it like that in the books of the ministry. If we had not embarked on this exercise today, the minister would be sitting in his office thinking that, yes, all these roads have been awarded. I think it is a bad practice. Mr. Minister, can we know what the causes are? Is it that the contractors don't get the cooperation of the government? Is it that the contractors are incompetent? In fact, I have on several occasions witnessed contracts being awarded to certain people. I think this practice has to be discontinued. We mean serious business.
Honourable Member, what is your question?
So my question is, what is the cause of this? Why is everybody, all these contractors within the Odotobri constituency, why are they abandoning the contracts? Out of 11 roads that have been awarded by the feeder roads, 10 of them have abandoned sites.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Why are the projects abandoned by the contractors?
Mr. Speaker, I must say that having 11 road contracts in one district is actually a record. And you were blessed. Once upon a time, you were very blessed. Unfortunately, that blessing has turned into a nightmare for you. And I can sympathize with you. There are various reasons why contractors are not on site. But primarily, it would have been the capacity of the contractor and the ability of the state to pay for it. That is a fact. But I agree with you. When somebody takes a project and does only 4% and leaves the site, does that not question whether we did proper due diligence before giving them? Because 4%, all you would have done was clearing by the time you do 4%. So why did you abandon the project? But the answer is not far from the House here, Mr. Speaker. There's a reason almost all former road ministers and now me having the responsibility to answer more questions about road, because roads are pivotal to almost everything we do. So every colleague requires road. Even Greater Accra region is still crying for road. You can imagine what those of us in the villages have to be crying for. So it is a matter of us having, as a country, perhaps paying a bigger attention to how we fund roads. Mr. Speaker, I keep asking questions. Why is it okay for everybody to feel that we have rivers, but when we want to bring water to our homes, we fund the collection of that water, treatment and distribution, and it's paid for. The same thing, Akosombo Dam, the river Volta is there. We use money to dam it. For you to use electricity, you have to pay for it. But somehow, we believe that we can build roads and everybody use it for free. Is it not? It's something else. Meanwhile, it costs money to build roads as well. But for us to see water as an essential commodity that when you produce it, people pay to use it. When you produce electricity, people use to pay for it. But roads also cost money to build and maintain. So while, yes, I understand water is different, road is different, but road is also something that you don't just build and leave it there. It costs money to build and maintain. So how we fund the construction of maintenance of road, we should pay the same attention to the way we produce water and distribute and electricity. That is the only way out. And Mr. Speaker, the proposal to bring back the road toll is just a fraction of it. Elsewhere, you have to do more to be able to fund roads. And as a House, we've been discussing this. Maybe at the right time, Mr. Speaker, we need to discuss further whether, for instance, nobody can tell me that we will be able to fund or pay off the debt of the 20 billion this year. By the time you finish paying the 20 billion, Mr. Speaker, there will be more certificates that have come in because contractors have worked. I don't believe the Ghanaian contractor is lazy or deliberately decide to take projects and abandon them. They are business people. They've invested in equipment and the staff and other things. They couldn't have just abandoned the work for the sake of it. Something compels them. And I'm saying that on majority of the occasions is the inability of the state to honor our part of the contract, that is to pay for works they've done. And I think we should pay more attention to that, irrespective of which political party is in power. If we fail to generate our own resources, sustainable resources for road construction and maintenance, this problem would come and go, and then nothing will change. So hopefully, one day we'll find a solution to this. So, my colleague, I sympathize with you, but all these roads are necessary in your constituency and other colleagues' constituency. We'll do whatever we can to repackage them and see if we can get them done so that your community would have better roads. Thank you.
Any further question?
That is so right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, my next question is in relation to paragraph 123 under I, where you informed this House that the contractor is on site and work is progressing. To the best of my knowledge, the contractor abandoned the site even before the end of 2024. He has not returned to site, and I do not know if he intends to do that. Would you want, or do you think it would be in the right direction to write to the contractor to make him aware of his obligations as the contractor for that project?
Mr. Speaker, yes, once a contractor mobilizes to site and is working, we can argue about the pace of the work, but they will tell you we have plant, equipment, and staff on site. So the pace of the work may be slower, but when you look into the contract, that is still contractor on site. But there are some that the contractor is completely packed off site. In fact, they can even tell us they are not interested in the work. So that is the difference. The one you are talking about, the contractor has capacity to complete the work. The difficulty is that cumulatively, the amount of money owed to that contractor is significant. So it's almost difficult for him to continue working. But I agree with you. All we can do is to appeal to them. And I must say that without mentioning names of contractors, I am also aware that there are other contractors in similar situations who continue to hold themselves accountable and are on site working as much as they can. So those ones, maybe we need to commend them for the sacrifices they are making, because it's not that easy. I know that it's tough on some of them, but maybe, I don't know how they fund it, but some continue to work even though we are unable to honor their certificates the way we should.
Contract abandoned project in your constituency as well? But it's a constituency specific question. On constituency specific. Very well. For you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The contractors in respect of the road projects under question in Odotobri constituency, as the minister has submitted, were those contractors perhaps paid their mobilization, and if they were, for the next visit to the Ashanti region to assure the residents that this will indeed be programmed. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, they are in two parts. Those under Cocoa Board, as we know, Cocoa Board, based on the IMF program under which we are currently, Cocoa Board is to offload all their road projects back to the Ministry of Roads. The question is, what happens to the certificates that they generated before offloading to Ministry of Road? It's something that the state need to take a look at, because it's 5 billion. Cocoa Board doesn't have 1 billion Ghana cedi today to even pay off what they owe. So it's a discussion that the government will need to have, even before we start talking about how to repackage those projects for continuation. So it's going to take a bit of time, but eventually we'll do it. I agree with you. Fortunately for those contractors, some were paid mobilization by Cocoa Board. GOG hardly pays on the road somewhere, not Jacobo, somewhere else. I'll get there one day.
Honourable Member, this weekend we have a post-budget workshop.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I know that the rules are very clear about the questions and the fact that we should be constituency specific because of the nature of the question. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to really support the road minister. Mr. Minister, I think that there's something that should be very clear in your mind. Even though the previous government, we stopped the road tolls because we didn't want to burden e-levy and road tolls at the same time. There's nobody from this side who's against road tolls. I'm saying also that the previous minister, Sensu, actually brought the electronic road tolls for ends, and Cabinet adopted it. So please, go ahead. And I think you should broaden it, just the ordinary, so that if you go to South Africa, you just pass, you don't stop, and then that beeps in all the major roads. You will not be able to fix a single road. 4 years' time, the roads will even deteriorate worse. So my question is, when are you bringing it? When? Because you should do it. Trust me. If you don't do it, you're going to have problems.
Honorable Nitiwood, the question doesn't relate to question number 59, but I would allow the minister to provide an answer.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to highly commend my colleague for the position he's taken. The issue about road funding, and I might take the opportunity to also pay tribute to one of our former colleagues, Honorable Adiomi. I remember very well those days that we were struggling to improve the accruals to the road fund. He was the ranking member, and he supported the call for the increase in how much fuel levy goes into the road fund. That is why we moved from the annual 250 million Ghana cedi to 1.2 billion at the time. So the road toll is coming back. We sent a concept note to Ministry of Finance. They have given us approval. The technical works are being done, and we are going full electronics. We don't intend to build any physical tolls on any road, and then all the challenges people talk about. How do you collect the money and everything? I jokingly said, if President Mahama were to say that everybody in Ghana should get a phone number, a Momo number to receive 1,000 today, everybody will be able to get it. The same way we are going to be able to implement the road toll. We'll select the most efficient technology that makes sure that it is fair, and then the accruals are safe and easy for everybody to pay. And whatever we collect goes only to funding of roads, not into a consolidated fund where somebody will decide whether to give us the money for road or not. It has to be entirely for road-related expenditure. And I will come to the House with that. And then I want to thank my colleagues for when. We are hoping that by April thereabout, we should be going for RFA, request for proposal, both technical and financial, so that we can go ahead with it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, leadership. Honourable members, we have come to the end of question time. On behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I thank the Minister responsible for roads and highways for attending upon the House to answer questions. Honourable Minister, you are discharged. Honourable members, item number 9, statements. Leadership, any indication? Yes, Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Yes, Honourable Speaker, with your permission, that I think we should be taking 2 from each side. Today is Friday, and tomorrow we'll have to prepare to come.
Very well. So we'll take 2 statements with 2 contributions each.
Yes, thank you.
Cocoa production and the global chocolate industry. In the name of Honorable Nana Osei Ajay, Member of Parliament for New Job and North Constituency. Honorable, you have the floor. Honorable members, in his absence, we also have a statement by the Member of Parliament for Dafiama Busie Isa constituency on the urgent need for rehabilitation, reconstruction of the Wa Bole Techiman Road. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement in an effort to bring urgent attention to the state
of the Wa-Bole-Bamboy-Techima Road and its implications on commuters, particularly the good people of the Upper West and Savannah regions. Mr. Speaker, the economic growth of these regions and the country at large cannot be overemphasized, particularly, Mr. Speaker, for regions which do not have alternative means of transportation. Road transportation is a critical artery to their economies, enabling access to markets, boosting tourism, creating access to jobs and educational opportunities, as well as enabling access to healthcare and other essential services. Ultimately, a good road network provides the opportunity to stimulate economic growth and social progress in these regions and the country at large. Mr. Speaker, one such important road network with enormous economic and social benefit to the people in these two regions and Ghana at large is the Wa-Bole-Bamboy-Techima route. It is an N12 trans-ECOWAS route that links the Upper West and Savannah region to the southern part of Ghana and neighboring Burkina Faso. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to state that the road is very deplorable beyond description, to the state that the social and economic benefits of a good road network are lost on the people. The deplorable condition of the road continues to pose severe challenges and hardships to commuters and communities along it. The road is characterized by large and deep potholes, weak culverts, and completely dusty as all the coal is removed. Mr. Speaker, the implications are innumerable. The safety and the security of commuters is greatly compromised, as they are subjects of frequent and indiscriminate armed robbery attacks, and in some unfortunate situations, resulting in deaths. Mr. Speaker, most worrying is the spate of accidents solely attributable to the bad road network. Common occurrences include bursting of vehicle tires and vehicle collisions in drivers' attempt to dodge potholes, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, the cumulative effect is that the road is unsafe in all regards and extremely tortuous long. A journey which would naturally take less than 12 hours from Accra to Wa takes an average of about 18 to 20 hours or more. Worse is that transport owners, including the state transport company, have started avoiding and even abandoning the road to the detriment of communities around that stretch. Mr. Speaker, even though the importance of keeping this road in good shape is not lost on government, the neglect of the road for close to a decade without maintenance has left the entire road network in its present deplorable state. Even though chiefs, commuters, drivers, and members of parliament from the two regions from both sides of the political divide have made several appeals to the past government to fix the road, the situation has not changed as the condition of the road continues to deteriorate by each passing day. And although the immediate past regime announced the award of a portion of the road to a contractor before it exited power, the contractor is yet to commence work on site. Also, the bad road network has significant toll on the health of commuters and settlers. The long sitting hours poses severe health challenges to the passengers. Respiratory diseases are equally rising among communities along the road due to the daily inhalation of dust. Patient transport is equally negatively impacted, with reports of deterioration of medical conditions of patients who are referred to the Upper West Regional Hospital and beyond. Mr. Speaker, the road, if not urgently attended to, will continue to slow down economic and social activities. Cost of transport, prices of goods and services, access to markets, tourism, and investment drive will further take a nosedive. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, fixing this road as soon as possible will allow for easier movement of goods and services to markets and facilitating trade to boost economic growth. It will reduce vehicular wear and tear, leading to lower transportation costs for passengers, businesses, and commuters, while enabling faster delivery times and improved supply chains, enhancing overall productivity and, by extension, attract more businesses and investment to the region. This will help create jobs in these regions for the unemployed youth. It will further boost tourism and reduce the negative impact cited such as accidents, robbery, and deaths along the road. Mr. Speaker, my position is therefore to appeal to the President of the Republic through the Minister responsible for roads and highways to, as a matter of urgency, cause the immediate rehabilitation or construction of the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sandari. Yes, Honorable Peter Tobu Lanchiri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made or delivered by the Member of Parliament for the Dafiama Buse Esa constituency, Honorable Sandare Mwenenso. Mr. Speaker, speaking about the road from Techman to Wa requires some bit of energy to stand in Parliament and speak, because all of us, as we sit here from that stretch, constituents are threatening that if that road is not fixed, we should not even come home. Drivers are threatening that if that road is not fixed, they will abandon the road. Mr. Speaker, VIP from Wa to Accra used to use 9 hours. Today, VIP is using 18 to 20 hours. Mr. Speaker, STC is using between 20 to 22 hours because STC prefers to use the bypass between Sola and Foforoso and cut across to Techman, abandoning the Sola Techman portion of this road. It is quite sad to realize that a journey of 9 hours is becoming a journey of 18 hours. Mr. Speaker, if we believe that time is money, we are wasting 9 additional hours for the same stretch of road. What is more important and very sad is the fact that the spate of accidents on that road, because of the bad nature of the road, threatens lives and properties. I am happy to announce, Mr. Speaker, that as we cry about armed robbery on that road, because of the bad nature of the road, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has infused some fresh energy into the Ghana Police Service by appointing a new Inspector General of Police. And we'll call upon him as well that before the road is fixed, government should endeavor to ensure that patrols on that road is maintained at a very high level so that security can be guaranteed. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, briefly, this is a road that passes through a former Prime Minister Buzia from Wenchi. It is a road that passes through the current President, Mr. John Dramani Mahama Bole. So it is therefore a very important road. And apart from that, this is a road that leads to Burkina Faso. We know that in the near future, we'll be talking about a rail line from Tama to Ouagadougou. But until that is done, let's have a better route to be able to enjoy transport home and back. I'm so grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dominic Nitiwul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me support my colleague who brought the attention of the country and the House. And I'm happy that the road minister is here to listen to the statement by my colleague. Mr. Speaker, the bad nature of this road was highlighted in the last quarter of 2024. Is the reason the government had to hardly look for resources and got the Minister of Finance to issue a commencement for portions or a portion of that road that was awarded. Mr. Speaker, it's really a very terrible road. That is leading to a regional capital. If you get that road not done, if that road is not done, it will mean that the Upper West will be cut off from having any good route to the Upper West. Because from Bolga's side, the road is not good. And from Wenchi's side, if the road is not good, and we don't have any other alternate route, it means the entire region does not have any motorable route to that region. We're not even talking of roads within the region, but the main road to the region. That's how bad it is. And so I'm happy that the road minister is here. The road minister, I believe that you should take judicial notice of, or take serious notice of the plea of the member and see what you can do to ensure that at least the road is motorable. When this matter came up in cabinet and we're discussing, some of us were of the view that we should even quickly go there and do spot improvement to at least allow it to be motorable for some time. But then we're told that it is so bad that if you want to even do spot improvement, it won't help. And so it needs real construction. And so I think all of us, the whole country needs to support them. You cannot have a situation where a whole region cannot have an access route, a third route to the region in 21st century Ghana. I think it's wrong. And so I will support the member and say that if you are going to have a situation where people cannot move, when there are security issues, we have a whole barracks there, they cannot move properly. When the police cannot move properly, when people who are traveling cannot move properly because the roads are bad, it doesn't speak well of us. And where still, it is at the border where terrorism threats are coming towards us. And these are places that we should find a way of ensuring that the place is good so that we can reinforce if there is a problem. We cannot have a situation where Upper East and Upper West, we have bad roads. It's something that the country should not should really look at for as a second option. And for the Wenchi through Bole, Sola to Wa, having the sort of road that they have had, I've used that road several times, Mr. Speaker. Even with your 4x4 car, you are going to suffer. I can imagine the market women who are using this road just to make ends meet. That they are not using 4x4 Land Cruisers, they are not using Nizam Patrols, they are not using modern day cars, and they are using the old cars that our people use. I can imagine how they suffer. I can imagine people sitting 10 hours to move on a road that could have used 2 hours. I can imagine if people are referred, and for some reason they do not have money to get onto the aircraft, or maybe the aircraft is not coming that day because it does not come regularly, and you have then to move to Kumasi or Accra. I can imagine that pregnant woman has to move with this type of road. We are going to kill the person. So, road minister, I think that you should pay attention to this road and look at how you'll be able to ensure that at least it made motorable. There are many difficulties that you are going to face. That is true, especially with roads. But I also think that there are some roads that you should prioritize, and this should be one of them. That make them a priority and ensure that within this year, you begin to at least allow the people to enjoy some good roads. Otherwise, it will be sad to have a situation whereby the entire region does not have any motorable road that you can move to. It's not a very good thing. I want to thank the maker of the statement, for bringing it to our attention. As I said, the nature of the road came, especially in the last quarter when the rains destroyed most of the parts of the roads. And it's not just only the one leading to Y7, even out of Y, the rains destroyed a lot of it. And if we allow rainy season to come again, then the roads even get worse. So if we can do something before the rain starts to come, then it will be good for all of us as a country. So with this, I want to support the call of the member that we should prioritize these roads as one of the first roads that the road minister will deal with, even though all of us have roads in our constituency that are not complete. But I still want to support the make of the statement and say that we need to do this for the sake of all of us as a country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, honorable member. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by the Member of Parliament for Dafiame Buse Issa. As an MP from the Upper West region, I think he's done a good job for all of us. It's been a challenge for all of us, and we are all facing the threats. At a point, they think that our constituents think that we are not doing enough to get this route constructed. And I want to thank my colleagues that have also commented on the statement, particularly the former Minister for Defense, for siding with us and then indicating the need for the minister to take agent action. To probably a few illustrations will demonstrate the challenge. If you are leaving Accra with the state transport at 4 o'clock going to Wa, the earliest time you can get to Wa is 2 p.m. the next day. And the state transport will get to Tachima. Instead of going straight to Wenchi, Bamboy, and continuing, it will divert straight to Kintampo, then up to Fofoso, and come back to Damango to Sola before you can go to Wa, a regional capital. Wa is was the youngest regional capital before the creation of these other regions. And we know the challenge. Already we are struggling to catch up with development with the other regions. Added with this challenge now, I don't think the people of the Upper West and then the communities and constituencies along that route deserve this treatment. In fact, on one occasion, I said that if we cannot work on the road, then let's clarify, let's take off the bitumen so that we have a rough road and the people can move easily. The implications are so many, economic, especially on the tourism potential of the region. I will make an illustration. The Continental Body for Credit Union was due to hold a program in the Upper West region because Drapa, which is the birthplace of credit unions in Africa, they were celebrating the 70th birthday. So this program was going to host 34 African countries, 4 European countries, and the US, participants from all these countries. And they had chosen Drapa because that was the birthplace of the credit unions in Africa to host this program. The organizers went by flight from Accra to Wa and then got to Japa. They inspected Royal Cozy Hotel, they popularly called Dubai, Japa Dubai. They were very satisfied with the conditions there. But they decided to come through road to Kumasi to pay a courtesy call on the Asantehene. For 12 hours. It took them 12 hours from Wa to Kumasi. The program was going to host 2,000 members. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, we have lost the opportunity to host the program. There are a lot of tourist sites these people have taken advantage of. And then our communities who have benefited economically from their visit. We have lost that potential. We have lost that opportunity. Most of us listen to City Heritage Caravan. When they were questioned why they've never been to Upper West, they said the security of the people. They couldn't gamble with their lives going on that road. That is the road we use every time. It's affecting every sphere of our lives, even we MPs. If I want to get to my constituency and I leave now, I'll probably get there tomorrow in the afternoon. I've passed my tie on that road severally. Security concerns. In this house, I had the opportunity and the very sad and honest duty to contribute to a statement regarding a colleague who passed, my schoolmate, late Richard Badombi, a lawyer who was shot dead on that road. So the situation is quite dire. I do understand the passion of the road minister. And I think the road minister, you can do something to salvage the situation. And I tell you, you'll be writing your name in history if you are able to do something about that road. It's so terrible. I mean, it's not anything to talk about. We don't have to make such requests, demands, and petitions for that road to be worked on. That road links to Burkina, several regions, and several constituencies. Imagine someone who has to go to probably Sola or before Sola. He has to go by STC. STC is going to cut off Bole. He won't get a chance. He has to get another means to get to Bole or Sola. So, Honorable Minister, we are pleading with you. We know, we are aware of the efforts. I do remember when the former president went to Wa, he told the one now that he was going to do that road as a parting gift for the people of Upper West. Our understanding is that some awards have been made. The reality is that there's nothing happening on that road. There's nothing happening on the road. So we are making this special plea today on behalf of the good people of the Upper West region and all the constituencies, Bole, Solatona, Calabar, up to Wenchi, that please do something about our roads. We are confident that you can do something and you do something about it. Thank you very much.
Honorable Matthew Nyindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, once again for...
Honorable members, we agree to take 2-2.
For giving me the opportunity to also contribute to support my good friend who ably made these statements. Mr. Speaker, it is an undeniable fact that if that road is constructed, the economic benefits are enormous. It will open up the Upper West region, link the Brown and Hartford region those days, and Mr. Speaker, traveling will be much easier. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised to even hear from my friend who just spoke that now it is not even possible to travel from Techimai through Wenchi to Upper West region. You have to drive to Kintampo Road to Fofoso, link this way. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the road minister is here. Even traveling from Techimai through Wenchi to Wa is hours. Even if you are using a round cruiser, by the time you get to Wa, you'll be too exhausted. We all have bad roads, just like the defense minister has said, just like the minister of roads has retreated on this floor. But some problems are bigger than others. It's of late that African world, or I think a passion, they fly from Accra here to Upper West region. But how many people have the ability, Mr. Speaker, to use this? It's not possible. So we all want to urge the road minister, as soon as practicable, to listen to the call of the maker of the statements. And there are so many constituencies on that road. And I'm sure that if it's done, it's going to help. Obviously, armed robbers are also strategic. They will look at where the roads are very bad, where cars or vehicles will slow down, and they will obviously launch attack at that particular spot. And people lose their lives, people lose their little incomes that they've made, and the market women, especially, they suffer. They lose a lot of money. So we all want to urge the road minister to quickly, we know things are difficult, but it's doable. Please come to their aid, and then at the end of the day, just like he said, your name will be written in the Guinness Books of Upper West region. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Nyindam. Honorable Minister for Rules. Honorable Minister for Rules, any comment?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by my colleague, Dr. Sandari. Mr. Speaker, I traveled the country extensively The last time I did that was during the 2024 election. Mr. Speaker, it's true that you could get to parts of the country and you wonder whether that is still within the boundaries of Ghana, and whether the people living in those areas also feel they are benefiting from the efforts of the country. I agree with Honorable Nyindam that some problems, we have a lot of problems, but some are bigger. The particular road my colleague is talking about, we refer to in some circles as the Western Corridor Road, because it comes right from Melubo to Hamile. Very strategic, because if you consider the fact that when you are getting to the south, that is a route, if you are coming from Hamile, easily you can go to Takrady. So if you were to be talking about agriculture, and indeed, we know that some part of agricultural produce from Côte d'Ivoire can easily come through at the middle somewhere and come down. And there are mining potentials of our country along that route. So that is, it's not a mistake that even the Western Corridor Road, railway, is supposed to be tailored along the same route. Mr. Speaker, the horror stories on driving on that road, you should only try it and you see that it is something we should have done like yesterday. Mr. Speaker, the total length of that road from maybe Elubo to Hamile will be slightly over 670 kilometers. And on average, without even dualizing it, if we were to just do double surfacing and other things at roughly $1 million per kilometer, if you were to add interchanges and others, it could be easily more than $1.2 billion. But it is an investment because the values we derive from that are more than that. It's true that, as the former defense minister, my colleague said, somewhere last year, a decision was taken to award a section on contract. But those who ply the road know that, as we speak, there isn't much going on because, without saying much, no funding was made available for that, because the same contractor who is supposed to be doing this is also asked to do something somewhere where he has invested money and is not being paid. So even that one is also, let me use ordinarily abandoned. Now, the section he's referring to, that is Techiman, we refer to Techiman Solawa. It's not about President Buzia or President Mahama. It is just a road that ought to be done. The section from Techiman Solawa is also more than 320 kilometers. What is under contract is just over 100 and something kilometers. So there are gaps that needed to be closed. In my mind, we still need about $500 million to be able to do a lot of work on it. But, Mr. Speaker, it has to be done. The President has instructed that to be part of what he calls the big push. So the Techiman Solar Wa is part of the big push, which we are putting together. His point is that it must be fully designed, costed, so no knee-jerk reaction by just asking a contractor to go and start, because we have got too many examples of that. I just gave you an example of this. Accra Kumasi is a double direction, single lane road. We want to dualize. So we want to build bypass. The bypass, 1.9 billion. And when I was there the last time, when I got to the ministry and they presented me with a variation order of 1.7 billion. And I'm like, how can you have a project of 1.9 billion and you want a variation of 1.7 billion? What is the justification for it? Did you start it in the night or you didn't know what you were doing? What they told me was that they started the project by flying a drone over the alignment. And the contractor said when they got to the site, they realized that they couldn't see on the drone image that there were galamsey and things under there. And there were valleys. And by the time they actually prepared the land and everything, the money was finished.
That is why they needed $1.7 billion extra. As we speak, that is not even resolved. In fact, so all the investment we have done on the Kumasi bypass, not a single of the lots is fit for purpose today. None of them can be used. Meanwhile, the money is finished. The closest is 90-something%. It's in the middle of somewhere. So it's not even connected to the main Kumasi road. That is not a prudent way of using money. And it's a knee-jerk reaction in terms of, oh, let's do something. I'm telling you, sit down, I'm not talking about politics. I'm saying this. I'm saying that I'm talking about a situation. I'm talking about a situation. I'm talking about a situation where in the quest of addressing a situation, in the quest to address a need, the need is to dualize Accra Kumasi, but in the process, it must still be done properly. Because today, all the 7 projects that have been awarded, not a single one of them is usable. Meanwhile, the money allocated is largely spent. You understand? And I'm saying that even the lot that is...
Honorable Minister for Rules, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader is on her feet for some time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all heard the statement that was made on the floor. And it had nothing to do with the dualization of Kumasi Road. I wonder why the minister has taken that tangent and expressly mentioned that he's not doing politics. It is very clear. Honorable, you have to speak to the issue. And please, stop deviating for that. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to crave that indulgence and ask the minister to speak to the issue. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nitiwood, a point of order has been raised. So once a point of order has been raised, it is for the minister to take note and then conclude. So is he a point of order against a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a point of order.
Why? Point of order against point of order?
No, the point of order against what he said.
Yes. One point of order sufficed.
Mr. Speaker, it's in the interest of the nation.
One point of order sufficed. Honorable Minister, conclude.
Oh, really?
In fact, my colleague, the respected Deputy Minority Leader, asked what is the nexus. I'm saying 90% of the problem of road in this country is about money. So the way we apply the scarce resources we have is critical. I cited the bypasses on Accra Kumasi Road because I haven't seen a worse situation as that. A worse situation in the sense that when you want to address a situation and in your lack of preparation, you have to spend that way. And at the end of the day, after spending the money, not a single section of the bypass is fit for purpose. You said it's not what? What does he say wrong? What I mean, is it, unless you don't understand it. Mr. Speaker, can they allow me to just go on? You see, it is, Mr. Speaker, misleading the House. Now what? Mr. Speaker, the road minister said, the former defense minister says he's got information. Allow him to give the information.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, I cannot sit here and not tell the House and possibly the country the truth. Mr. Speaker, I sat in cabinet when the former road minister brought this contract to cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the contract was brought to cabinet, the designs were brought, it was debated, and the amounts were attached to it. The contractors signed to roads that were designed, the amounts that were given, and they signed and said they could do the work. If today those contractors are asking for variation, you should hold them responsible. Because there were designs to the roads. I was there, I saw it. The debate in cabinet was, we debated it, even as to, because we needed to vary resources from another contract to that particular contract. And you know where we varied it from. So the money was there. We designed, the roads were designed, and the contractors signed to it and said, well, we can do these roads at this price. We can do these roads at this price. If today a new government has come and the contractors come and tell you that we will not be able to do it, you should find a way of asking those contractor questions. That's how contracts are done. You should ask them, because the contractors are not looking for variation. They are looking for, because you cannot do variation more than 15%. That is not a variation. That's a new contract altogether. It's a redesign. So if the contractors are looking for variation, then you don't give them more than 15%. That's variation. That's what the law says. But to say that there was no design is not true. There was design on the road, and those contracts were awarded. I saw them. I can bring you the designs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let my colleagues just relax. You see, I said to you, this issue is an issue, Mr. Speaker. This issue is hold on. It's an issue as a road minister. I'm ready to escalate for a full-scale investigation, Mr. Speaker. Just to let you know, the contract is a design and build contract. So you wouldn't have seen a design at the time in cabinet, because the contractors got to start the design when they started job. So what you saw at cabinet can never be a design, because it is a design and build contract. So there was not a design at the time you were contracting. That is the whole essence of design and build. So whatever they showed you cannot be a design. Mr. Speaker, let us not. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I think you have responded to
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nitiwood. Honorable Nitiwood.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nitiwood, you had your turn. I intend to recognize Honorable Anyimedu Entry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with respect, I would want to draw Mr. Speaker's attention to Order 93.5. Mr. Speaker, a statement had been made by a member, and comments have been made. And Mr. Speaker, because the road minister is here, the road minister, you were invited to contribute, whether you had any comment on that. Your comment, which should not be more than 5 minutes, and which should not provoke debate, is rather the opposite. And that's what the leader, our leader, the second deputy minority leader, was trying to draw your attention. Being a senior member of the House, Mr. Speaker, I pray that my brother should take you and then wind up on this. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleague who made a statement expected me to make a contribution, and a valuable contribution, because the issue at stake is a very serious one. Mr. Speaker, I said the nexus of this is that I see a lot of resources spent on roads which do not derive the needed value to Ghanaians. My colleague, the former defense minister, made comments as to if the road was not designed, why was it contracted? Because there are various forms of contracting. In the particular case of design and build, that is why it's called design and build. The responsibility of design is on the contractor. So, for instance, when the motorway contract came here, we all remember that. All we did was to have a financing agreement. The contractor now goes to do the design. Colleagues, it is important to note that the road we are talking about is very critical. What brought me to this point is that I said, because of the examples we have, where we have spent money and those roads could not be completed, President Mahama insists that the project under Big Push should be fully designed, costed, So no one turns around and brings us a variation which is more than 100% of a cost of a project, which is totally ridiculous to start with. And I agree with you. How do you award a project for 1.9 billion and then have a 1.7 billion variation to it? I don't know what was presented to your cabinet, but I can tell you the variation did not come in 2025. The variations were prepared for your government to approve. They didn't. In fact, the easiest thing I could have done is that let us hold those contractors to the contracts they have awarded, they have signed. In fact, they will tell you, I told them in meetings that you signed up to do this project at a particular price. Why are you bringing variation, sometimes more than 100%? And the ministry themselves didn't make this comment to me alone. When we went for pre-budget hearing, they repeated the same comment in front of the finance minister, that the reason for the variation is because we only flew a drone over the alignment. We didn't know there were galamsey pits and everything under it. I'm telling you.
Honorable Minister, conclude.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the road my colleague is talking about, is captured under President Mahama's big push. It is going to be very expensive, but it is very necessary. I would love to tell you that tomorrow morning, I will encourage President Mahama to go and put a contractor on it. But that is why I brought the issue that what the defense minister said by saying that they have awarded a section to a contractor in 2024. That contractor is even not on site. It's even a design and build. But the way to do it is to fully package the project and find the money for it. So that is exactly what we are going to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not saying, in fact, it is not President Akufo-Addo. It's not President Akufo-Addo who have actually signed a contract. Sometimes, as politicians, we take blame for things we shouldn't take blame for. It is civil servants who actually carried out the work and put the contract document together. What I'm saying is that I'll be very, very, very happy if this side you feel uncomfortable about what I'm saying. It will help this side not to repeat the same thing that you did. That is the effect of what I'm trying to say. Because if today a colleague have got 11 projects in his constituency and all of them have been abandoned, meanwhile we have spent almost 1.9 billion on a project which is not useful, and you tell me that it is not necessary to talk about it, I will talk about it. So that this side doesn't repeat the same problems that you have done. It is not under you. So let me repeat. Honorable
Minister.
Let me conclude. Honorable Nitiwo, let it be on record that when you said that you saw a full design and cost of the bypasses on the bypasses, what you saw, no, you said they brought you design. No, what I'm saying, I'm telling you that whatever you saw could not have been a design, because it's a design and build. The design will be done on site. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage my colleague. We are going to do that project so that the Western Corridor Road will be done, but we will only start it when we do full design and costing. And if that is the case, Mr. Speaker, I will never come to this house and say anything which is not truthful. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, there is another statement standing in the name of Kwame Anyimedu Entry, Member of Parliament for Asante Akim Central, on the death and destruction of houses, shops, and other property caused by the fire outbreak and explosions at Odumasi Asante Akim Central.
Speaker, on this, I've been trying to catch your eye. Speaker, if for nothing at all,
very well.
I am in leadership.
No, I was reading this particular statement, so I couldn't
yes,
see.
But Speaker, I stood up 4 times.
You said?
I stood up 4 times.
I stood up 4 times. And the practice in this house has been that anytime any person in the front bench gets up, at least you listen to them. You listen to us. If it's the case that you won't listen to me, fine. But at least I'm in leadership. And you grant me that deference, but at least listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this brief statement on the mishappenings, the death and destruction of property within Asante Achim Central. Mr. Speaker, on the 5th of March 2025, between the hours of 18:30 and 19 hours, Asante Achim Central experienced an unfortunate
Please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Please. What?
Sorry, yeah, but he didn't give us copies. We don't have copies. Mr. Speaker, I was requesting for copies of the statement because we don't have copies of the statement. So if you can furnish us with copies of the statement, please.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, resume your seats. Honourable Anyimedu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 5th of March 2025, between the hours of 18:30 and 19, Asante Achim Central experienced an unfortunate fire outbreak and explosions that were close to what had happened at Apiate on the 20th of January 2022. Mr. Speaker, the cause of the fire started with lightning and thunderstorm. The lightning struck a shop at Odumasi Zongo and caught fire. There were other shops that were adjoined to this particular shop, and the fire extended to these other shops. Unfortunately, there were in these shops the presence of high pressure vessels and other high combustibles. The fire burned rapidly as the high combustibles exploded rapidly to the nearby houses. And since the houses contained high pressure vessels, it resulted to adding to the flames that had engulfed in the town. Mr. Speaker, a good Samaritan invited the Ghana National Fire Service, which is sited about 300 meters from the place of the disaster. The Ghana National Fire Service was there on time at exactly 19:08 hours and were preparing to mount a fight of the fire when a young man benevolently informed the fire service personnel to reverse the vehicle to safety. Whilst the young man was leading the fire appliance to reverse to safety, there was another explosion that hit the fire appliance with registration number WRTFS318. In the process, the innocent young man was hit by the explosion and was dismembered. He was rushed to the hospital but died that evening at the hospital. The vehicle of the Ghana National Fire Service was severely damaged and 5 personnel, including the pump operator, were severely injured. The crew of the Ghana National Fire Service were therefore overpowered by the events and quickly invited personnel of the other colleagues from Ejiso to fight the fire. 3 lives were lost on that day. Vincent Opoku, aged 18, died at the Asante Achim Government Hospital. Florence Boachi, aged 58, also lost her life. And Akwasi Minta, aged 25, also lost his life. His charred body was found next to the burnt shops thereafter. A 4th person named Rabiu Suleiman, aged 18, was also hit by the explosion and rushed to the Agogo Ministerial Hospital, and was later transferred to the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, who died also on the 10th of March 2025. Mr. Speaker, 11 in all, including the 5 firefighters, were severely injured. About 30 domestic, institutional, and commercial buildings, as well as other properties, were totally or partially destroyed. Some of the injured persons are in critical condition at Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital. Now, Speaker, we are grateful to the Ashanti Regional Minister, the Ashanti North Regional Police Commander, the Regional EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, and Minerals Commission, as well as the national security and major stakeholders who have visited the scene and help investigate and sympathize with the affected. Mr. Speaker, the shop owners that had the explosives were invited by the police and investigations are ongoing. I believe the law will take its course. Mr. Speaker, the firefighters are also receiving medical attention at various hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I now call on government, members of the public, philanthropists, and organizations to turn to Asante Achim Central and assist the affected people at Odumasi. It is my prayer that the law enforcement agencies would investigate and recommend the handling of explosives within Odumasi, Asante Achim in general, that's the constituency, as well as the rest of the country, to prevent future occurrence of this unfortunate incident. May the souls of the innocent that have departed rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Asante Achim. Yes, Honourable Zanato.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. It's Zanato. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by our colleague. The incidence of fires occurring in our communities across our constituencies and markets is becoming all too common. And Mr. Speaker, it's starting to cause great concern to all of us, especially given the level of damage, the death toll, and the effect on livelihoods to our constituents. I would like to take the opportunity to offer my condolences to the families of the bereaved, as well as wish a speedy recovery to the personnel and other persons who played their role in bringing the fire under control. Mr. Speaker, there is a need for urgent retooling of the Ghana National Fire Service. Time and again, when they come before the Committee on Defense and Interior, the budgets that they require in order to be able to fulfill their mandate and protect our citizens and properties is never up to the level that is required. And time and again, they face problems even accessing some of the places where there are fires, because certain rules and regulations are not adhered to when it comes to the building of certain structures. Mr. Speaker, the illegal electricity connections that are also made are key to what is happening in our various markets, as well as the fact that sometimes the fire hydrants are not accessible to the Ghana National Fire Service. Mr. Speaker, if we are to see indeed a change in the trend that we keep seeing, then there has to be an all-of-government and all-of-sector approach to how these issues are approached. I do add my voice to the maker of this statement with regards to what has to be done as a matter of urgency to actually curb this incident of fires. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, there was a similar incident that happened in my constituency in the Novotel market, after which promises were made for this market to be reconstructed. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, this market has still not been reconstructed. The most recent incident of a market under fire was with the Kantamanto market, and we've seen what happened, the level of destruction. Mr. Speaker, this has to be looked at. All our markets have to be made really friendly to those there. There have to be regular fire drills. People in communities must know what to do when there's a fire. There have to be compulsory installation of fire extinguishers. Even here in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we don't know the fire drills because we are not taken through them. We are not clear on what the exit strategy should be in the case of an emergency. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we need to take it more seriously what to do in the event of these occurrences. It's all well and good not to put the systems in place until something goes wrong, until people die, until people's lives are damaged, people are injured, and we keep coming back to the floor and lamenting about these issues, but we're not addressing them. And I really appeal to our Minister for the Interior to really take a close look at what is being done in terms of supporting the Ghana National Fire Service and local government with regards to what happens at the level of the Assembly, so that they are empowered to do what is right and not to take some kind of favoritism approaches to who is going to be asked to abide by the law and who is allowed to get away with infringing on the rules and regulations regarding building and access. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that given the tragedy of what is being brought on the floor today, we shall use this as a springboard to do what is right across the country, to provide more security in terms of prevention of fires and how we address these emergencies in our various communities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement and to commend the maker of the statement, the Honourable Member for Asante Achem Central, a very respected Member of Parliament, and to join my colleagues in extending sincere condolences and sympathies to the families of the lives that have sadly been lost through this tragic incident, and also to signal our sympathies for the speedy recovery of the personnel of the National Fire Service, as well as some residents of Odumase who are currently recovering at the various hospitals. Mr. Speaker, with this statement, we understand that the 5th of March was a sad day for Odumase, and indeed a sad day for Ghana. The nature and the scale of disaster is one that cannot be overemphasized. We have seen similar scale of disaster of this nature in this country. We saw one happening at Apiati so sadly in 2022, where lives were lost. About 17 lives were lost in that instance. In this particular incident, we are told that currently some 5 persons have sadly lost their lives, and others in critical condition, with properties that have been razed down in explosion. But the properties and stores may be reconstructed, but the lives lost cannot be recovered. So it's important that as this is brought to the fore, we follow up keenly lessons drawn from it, scaled up across the country to be on the preventive side to ensure that the storage and sale of explosives are enforced, the regulations of this enterprise is well enforced across the country, and we do not wait for another incident of this nature to reoccur. But Ghana has demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, to be a state of empathy, a state that sympathizes with its citizens whenever such incidents occur. A reference to Apiate incident where the government, the state led efforts in reconstructing the entire village, restoring livelihood to the community. Much the same example was demonstrated a few days ago when in the budget of 2025, when the budget was read by the Minister for Finance, we found expression in that same budget an allocation of 242 million cedis allocated to supporting victims of the Akosombo Dam village. Same was also seen an allocation of 200 million cedis to support the victims of the tidal waves affecting communities in Ketu South. These are very commendable budgetary allocations. Equally deserving are the people of Odumase. It is my appeal that the state, consistent with that same sympathy, would allocate a commensurate budgetary allocation, emergency fund of its kind, to support restoring livelihood to those who have lost their properties, who have lost their stores, and to even support the personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service who are currently pending recovery, who may never be able to return to work again, and to restoring the equipment that were destroyed in the process. But just as my colleague who earlier spoke has indicated, the Ghana National Fire Service, a time has come more than ever before that a complete retooling befitting of a state as Ghana is done to ensure that in every district we have the right equipment and fire tender available to be able to fight such incidents promptly as and when they happen. It took the support of the Ghana National Fire Service Station from Ajuso to travel all the way to support when the fire service at Odumase were empowered. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, consistent with the rules of this House, may I invite you to refer this statement further to the Committee on Defense and Interior and jointly with the Ministry of Committee on Finance to follow up on the investigations and subsequent support that the state could give in supporting the victims of this sad incident. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this particular statement. Let me start off by thanking the maker of the statement and also add my voice in sympathizing with those who are injured and also to the bereaved families who have lost their families as a result of this fire outbreak. Mr. Speaker, fire outbreak he has a lot of air so that it doesn't trap the people in the kitchen. Mr. Speaker, one other concern I have has to do with what is happening recently. That anytime you put up a house, you have to put on what we call these burger proofs. And so some way, somehow, all of us are now living in cages. Your house, you have a burger-proof on your window, burger-proof at the entrance, almost everywhere. And so when there is fire, you don't even know where to exit from the house. In some other jurisdictions, so we are so scared of armed robbers. And so we don't care about our safety when it comes to fire and whether view. I don't know what we can do about it, and we need to go back and look at the security architecture. Everybody who travels around, you go abroad, you don't see a similar thing. You know, your doors are open, now people they don't even close their doors. But because we are so scared of armed robbers, we have put these metal barricades all over, windows, doors, everywhere. And so anytime there's a problem, you don't even know where to run through. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that we really need to sit down and find out how we can manage these fire issues. Before the rain started, Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know the number of farms that were consumed by fire. People's cocoa farms, plantain farms, what have you. Anytime we get into Hamatan, people who are that time, people are wine, people who are that. Doing other farming activities, before you say Jack, they set the entire place ablaze, they burn people's properties down, they burn the people who lost their lives and their families, and pray that government moves in quickly and see how we can give them some support and comfort. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dominic Native.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Mr. Speaker, it's a sad statement. Sad in the sense that 3 people lost their lives on that day. Very young people with a middle-aged woman who I still believe all of them have something, who would have had something to contribute to society. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member tells us that in his constituency, 11 other people, including 5 firefighting officers, were severely injured, and about 30 institutional and commercial buildings as well as domestic buildings were destroyed. It's very similar to what happened at Apetu, where government had to set up a committee and totally rebuild the place for the people. I just hope that the current government will take this matter up and do a similar thing for the constituents of my good friend, the Honorable Kwame Enyumedu Enchi, to give the place or give the people some respite and some that you wake up through no fault of yours, you have no place to sleep. Through no fault of yours, you've lost everything. School kids have lost their certificates. People who were working before have lost virtually everything. They are just left with nothing other than what they are wearing. And Mr. Speaker, if you have gone through such a traumatic situation, then you would understand that it is very traumatic. It's something that you don't wish even your worst enemy to go through, that he wakes up and he has nothing other than what he's wearing. He has no money, he has no access, he has no life, he has no record. The person has virtually nothing. And that's what some of these people are facing today. To the extent that people have lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, why should we not have learned from what happened? Explosives, not in a confined environment, but in our houses and in our shops. Why is that possible? How is it even possible? I remember when the Apetu thing happened, we took a deliberate decision that all explosives, especially for the mining company, should be traceable. From the port through the storage to the user, it should all be traceable so that we can trace and know exactly where each explosive is. Mr. Speaker, explosives are not just used for mining. Explosives can be used for many, many other things that can be very detrimental to you and myself in terms of security. Because somebody can take an explosive and make an IED out of it. An IED is just improvised explosive device and create chaos in this country. And so I'm still a bit worried that explosives are still being kept as if they are normal commodities. They are not. They are a security threat, and we should worry ourselves about it. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that this statement raises is very important. How do we plan our settlements? To the extent that when one house catches fire, then you have 30 houses all raised down. A structure, a kiosk catches fire, and about 30 houses are raised down. The fire service people are having difficulty to be able to assess the place. What vehicles are they using? I do know that they've been attempts to resource them. I think the major overhaul happened between 2013 and 2014. But I still think that the National Fire Service needs a lot of capital injection to encourage them to have at least good equipment to help us. You can never tell. But I want to also support the statement raised by the honorable member, Honorable Zanoto. Zanoto is the Z, so ZA, so it's correct. It's not ZE, ZA. So the ZA is the correct one. Mr. Speaker, all she was asking is, we being members of parliament, how many of us have fire extinguishers in our offices? How many? If there's a fire today in your office, how many of us will have the first fire extinguisher to be able to put it off in our own office, not to talk of in our cars? Maybe cars because of police and people chasing our way, but in our offices, do we? In our homes. Even when you have it, do you even know how to use it? It is important for us as Ghanaians to be able to do things or be able to know what can save your life and what can save your property. Because there are a lot of people, if they had some of this equipment, they would have been able to save themselves. In those days, our people used to have communal spirit. So when the house is burning, you see everybody fetching water and running there to quench it or throw it over. But that communal spirit is virtually disappearing because of mistrust. And that is the reason why people are building walls around their houses. Walls that are higher than even the building itself. They themselves are trapped in that prison they call a wall. Because when, God forbid, a thief enters your house through the gate and locks the gate, you are dead. Because nobody can see you. Nobody can see that building. Nobody can see what is happening inside you. And many people have died because of that. It is because the communal spirit is gone. Because I do know that in those days, if you attacked a Ghanaian house, several other people will rush to find out. But today, when somebody shouts in their houses, the first thing is to go and lock his gate. That's the sort of society we live in. The first instinct of your neighbor is to go and lock his gate, close his windows, and because he does not want to get involved. But in those days, it was not like that. In the days of our forefathers, our grandfathers, they will rush to find out what is happening to assist their neighbor. Today, it's totally different. So, Mr. Speaker, there are several things that this statement teaches us. And that's why I want to support the call by the honorable member that you should refer this statement to the appropriate committee so that they will take it up, especially the Committee on Defense and Interior, investigate it, because it seems to me that we haven't learned from what happened in the past. Because if we had learned, then the storage of explosives would not have been in their kiosks. Then the way fire service themselves even responded would not have been, even though we want to thank them and praise them for their response. Even when others were getting injured, the people at Asante Akim Sakonongo, the people were getting injured, those in the Jusu had to rush to come. Of course, they will say small distance, and because of traffic, sometimes their response time would have been a bit slow. But, Mr. Speaker, it tells us that we didn't learn what happened after Appear to the extent that an explosive happens and now we have a similar situation on our hands. Are we going to allow a third situation to happen before we'll be able to learn? No, we should not allow that. So if the committee investigated it, of course, it was not a parliamentary committee. I expect that Parliament should set up their own committee on this one, investigate it, and make recommendations that will stick, that should work, and allow the executive to implement those committees, those recommendations, so that we don't have a similar situation. Mr. Speaker, Kantamanto, as he said, just happened recently, where just fire at one place raised down virtually everything. Our markets, the way they plan them and the way things are, our buildings, this does not happen in the French countries. You cannot build a house in the French-speaking countries unless certain things are put. Utilities, things including roads, including water, access roads, the designs and the places are done before you come and build. But unfortunately, ours is not like that. Because people sell land illegally, this person, they will sell to you, and when they say build, and when someone is coming, the workers will run away, another person will come and sell, and the whole place is not planned. So if you were to fly over Accra, I had the privilege of using a lot of quarters, and I could know, if you fly over Accra and you see that a lot of the roads have dead ends. The road is going, and then there's a dead end because somebody has built across it and has blocked it because either the person has power or that. And so when there is a problem, it's difficult for the fire service to assess the place. They are building on waterways, Mr. Speaker, and very soon during the rainy season, you will face it. People have gone to build on waterways, they have gone to build block roads, and you know that this has been demarcated for road, but somebody, a powerful person or whatever, will go and build because, I use the word powerful person because, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, they are not able to break down these houses. And if you were to go to Weja area, they have virtually taken over and built on all the waterways. So you see thousands of houses sitting in water. If you fly over, if you fly a helicopter over, then whenever it rains, you see thousands of water or hundreds sitting on water, sitting inside water, houses upon houses. Who are the owners? Did they get permit to build? How did they build? What sort of society are we building? So this statement is loaded with a lot of things that we should do, Mr. Speaker, and these are the things that should concern us as members of Parliament. I want to sympathize with you, my honorable friends, and sympathize with your constituents, all those who lost their lives, and see how we can support them to be able to survive. At least, in the meantime, to get food to eat, NANMO should be able to go there and find something. And that's why I would say, as part of it, the community should look at how they can be able to support NANMO. Because NANMO, unfortunately, is not resourced enough to be able to rush in and help the people and do what they need to do. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I get into the rainy season. Worst of this will happen. I'm not praying for it, but it's true that we are going to have worse situations like this. Tidal waste was somewhere in the Volta region. It's across the whole coast. Because of environmental changes, the nature of our society is changing. Things we used not to see before are happening. We've cut down virtually all the trees. So we are having difficulties all over as a country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to call and support the fact that we should support the people. They are our own people. Today they are helpless. We should find a way of getting government to at least support them. Government has been supporting other countries who fall in disaster. So we are bringing this, the member is bringing this to the attention of government to at least find a way of supporting so that the people can get something and something to live on. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may the souls of the innocent who have departed this earth rest in perfect peace. Till we meet again, but not when I'm 90 years. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Leadership, any comment on the statement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have, I think all issues have been expressed out here. But just to remind you that there was a plea that it should be referred to a committee to look at it. Thank you. Committee on Defense.
Very well.
And Interior. Thank you.
Very well. My worry is that the proposal of the statement is telling us that the law enforcement agencies should investigate the matter. Honorable Achampong. Honorable Nymedu, I'm just making reference to the second to last paragraph of your statement. So, Honorable Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me also join colleagues to extend my condolences to our friends who lost their lives through this tragic accident. And then those who sustained some injuries, it's my prayer that God will grant them a speedy recovery so that they will come back and do whatever they are supposed to do for their communities. Mr. Speaker, members have raised a lot of issues referring to what happens in Appeal 2. So the point is, the point is, are we learning lessons from all these things? So the issue will happen, we'll comment on it, and we'll go to sleep. This statement will be referred to the committee, they will generate a report, they will task government to intervene, NADMO and Ghana National Service will intervene. What about we, the citizens? What lessons are we drawing from all these things? Mr. Speaker, you will see a truck carrying highly inflammable products. We're involved in an accident, people will rush to the scene to siphon fuel from this vehicle. By the end of the day, some will get burnt. We've seen it severally. So what is happening to us? When you're driving through Konongo, because it's a mining community, you see all these things over there. People are selling them. And we have the security agencies, regulatory authorities. What are they doing to save this situation, Mr. Speaker? We live in a country where somebody can just walk to a shop and buy an acid, buy explosive, without any check. And we expose ourselves into all these things. We come back, it's like a talk show. We lament on it, that ends it. The very people that we are trying to support are not ready to change their lifestyle. So we have a very big challenge on our hands, Mr. Speaker. Ghana Fire Service is not well retooled. Let's give them the needed resources so that they can also work according to time. But according to the statement, they were there on time. Mr. Speaker, the question is the gentleman who was trying to aid them, who was trying to direct the vehicle, are you a trained firefighter? You are not. That is not your fault. A trained officers have arrived. They are coming to do their work. And you are there to direct where they should park their vehicle. By the end of the day, you've lost your life. There's no insurance cover for you. But the officers, at least, there is an insurance cover for them. So, former Defense Minister said the communal spirit is almost gone. He was trying to also rejuvenate that, let people see that, okay, he's also supporting to fight the fire, but at the end of the day, he's gone. So sometimes, I'm not saying we should mind our business, sometimes we should allow the experts to do their work. So, Honorable Member, he was trying to save the situation, but at the end of the day, what happened? Because he's not an expert. He's not trained to do that job. But the one who called the fire service did what was expected of him. Because he pressed the call, the fire service officers also came on time, but the guy who was at the scene trying to direct the truck or supporting them has also lost his life. My condolences to the bereaved family. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know your final ruling on this matter. Even if the statement is referred to the committee, a report will be generated, resources will be made available to the affected families or the victims. But Mr. Speaker, we should do proper education. But if you're educating somebody, the person is not ready to take the education, it becomes, it's like you're wasting your resources because we are not ready to take the education. We don't value our lives. You've seen a danger coming, but it's like, okay, I will either die or survive. We can't gamble with our life. You know you are selling explosives. You know there's no mechanism in case of any fire outbreak to deal with the matter. But because he's making good money out of it, nobody cares about the consequences. Here we are talking about the same issues. So, Mr. Speaker, our state institutions should also help us, give us the needed education. The state must also invest more into this, especially the security agencies, fire service, so that whenever there are issues like this, they can also at least attend to those issues and deal with it, so that at least when you're going to sleep, you know that in case of any issue, there's somebody there to rescue you. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let me add my voice to the statement ably made by Honourable Kwame Anyimeru Entry, Member of Parliament for the area under reference, and also extend my deepest condolences to the bereaved families of the 5 who lost their life in the incidents. I wish those who are injured, receiving treatment at hospital, a very speedy recovery. Honourable members, similar statements are made in the past. It's either referred to a committee or transmitted to the sector minister. But the question therefore is, do we follow up to ensure that whatever recommendations the committee is coming out with are implemented, or to ensure whether the sector minister has really carried out investigation into the matter and the needful is done? Honourable members, your guess is as good as mine. Honourable members, on this occasion, I will want to direct that the statement be transmitted to the minister responsible for Interior to ensure that proper investigation is conducted into this matter. If anybody found culpable, the law must take its own course. Honourable members, the fire service is under the minister responsible for Interior. If there is a need to retool fire service, it will rest on the shoulder of the minister responsible for Interior. Therefore, let the statement be transmitted to the minister responsible for Interior for thorough investigation, and through the fire service, the general public should be educated about the handling of explosives in this country. Honourable members, I accordingly direct. Honourable members, statement time has ended. Majority, Deputy Majority Leader, any indication?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we are starting a workshop, and it's going to be a long weekend. So I suggest that we bring proceedings to a close for today and be back here tomorrow for the workshop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Minority Leader.
Honourable Speaker, I add my voice to the earlier suggestion made by the Deputy Majority Leader for us to adjourn. Thank you.
Honourable members, before adjourning the House, let me once again remind ourselves that tomorrow the post-budget workshop is commencing, and we are all supposed to be here in our numbers for the exercise. And honorable members are hereby kindly informed that for the purposes of registration for the program, when we are coming, we should come along with our identity cards. Honorable members, let's come along with our identity cards. Honorable members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. Those in favor of adjournment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, 18th March 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, tomorrow what time? Time tomorrow.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
That with this current trend of impact that we are seeing from the weather, it means we have to also go by what the European Union is saying, because today we are negatively impacted by the weather condition, and we are losing most of our production because of the heavy sunshine. When you plant seedlings, looking at the survival rate is less than 30% because of the heavy sunshine. And current cocoa trees are also dying off because of the current weather conditions. So farmers, we can't run away from the fact that we shouldn't comply. We have to comply and also understand the current situation. So we've received some level of trainings, but looking at the grants and what Cocoa Board have done, I may say that it's not all farmers that have been able to get a clear understanding of the EUDL. If you take percentage-wise, I would say if you have 100% cocoa farmers, about 40% are farmers who can clearly explain what the EUDL is all about. The rest of the 60, they don't get the information and the training, because the downstreaming training is very costly. Myself, I only mobilize farmers at the district level. If you take Enchi, they have more than 100 communities, more than 30,000 farmers. How can you bring all these farmers on board? So you have to select cooperative leaders to come, receive the training, and also go and downstream the training to other farmers. But they don't have the capacity to do that in terms of funding. So I would say that yet there is a lot to do in terms of building the capacity of farmers to agree with what is happening today. Other than that, the sustainability that we are all talking of is in danger in terms of cocoa production in Ghana.
Thank you very much for sharing this. We understand that training is done and there's still needs for more training to cover all the rest of the 60% you're mentioning, right? Thank you very much. I'd like to hear also from a major actor, of course, here, Barry Callebaut, Ghana, being an important LBCs here, and understanding also from at your level, how are you getting ready so you continue to be a key actor on this market?
Thank you very much. So from our side, I think somewhere around 22, 23, we got this hint that the regulation was coming, and that is where our preparation started, actually. So what we did first was to set up a team to assess our supply chain, to see where we have risk that needs to be addressed in order to be compliant. And the team recommended some action plan that the whole company needs to follow, and that trickled down also to us in Ghana. And what we did first was to change our sourcing model. So in our model, we had traceability has been a core part of our model, but the time that the traceability happens was a question. That was one of the risks that was flagged, because you sometimes along the season, and we work with other partners. So for example, we have purchasing clerks that supply to us, and they deal directly with the farmers. And alongside the season, a purchasing clerk can come to our sourcing team on the field that they have new farmers who are coming on board, and they want to join our program, and they want to supply. But we realize that that poses a risk for us on buying before assessing. So we needed to change that, and what we did was to put in place a strict traceability system where you first of all need to register a farmer, you need to map, which is the crucial part of all the assessment that we are referring to, and do all the legality and the deforestation compliance check before you admit the farmer into the supply chain. This has not been easy from the start, because we are in a competitive environment. And if you tell the farmer that today the farmer's beans is ready, he wants to supply to you, tell him, oh, I cannot take your beans, I need to map your farm, do all the assessments, and make sure you are compliant before I buy. It's a real challenge. But that is the decision taken by the company, and we are ready to take the hit for that, even if there is a drop in volume that we source. So for first point is to make traceability a straight requirement before anything. And that involves mapping the plot, doing all the assessment, and make sure that the farmers are compliant before we onboard them into our supply chain. The second aspect was to embark on intensive sensitization in our supply chain, right from our top level to the farmers who are our major stakeholders, to make sure that they really understand what the regulation is about and what we require them to do, and what kind of support that we are also ready to provide them. So we embark on those sensitization, and that brought a level of cooperation between us and the farmers especially to be on board on this regulation. The third factor that we have put in place is to look at the aspect of technology, because all of a sudden we realized that our data requirement to be compliant is not business as usual, and we couldn't continue what we were used to. So we look at technology that will help us to be more efficient, and that involved us getting in touch with more technologically advanced companies. So we work with companies like, I don't know if I can mention their name, but yeah, like Airbus, who provide us deforestation assessment report. So we share all the information that we have. They did the assessments, and they shared with us where the risks are. And they continue to provide us continuous alert report, whenever there is any disturbance in the plot that has been assessed. So this is a continuous partnership. So technology has been a key part. And also to automate our processes, because we were ready for this year, 24-25 cocoa season. So, and we realized that you cannot use a normal manual process to achieve compliance. So we make sure that our processes and our systems are automated, and that will make sure that you get the real-time data to make decisions. So we have also looked at the technology part to tackle that, and that has really helped us. And I think when we talk about the opportunity, that is one aspect that I think this regulation has brought to us, because there's more commitment from our decision makers to make investment in technology that is helping us a lot. And last aspect is on, so you want to be compliant, you have done traceability, you've mapped the plots, but how are you sure that the farmers are complying to the system that we've put in place? So we have also instituted what we call yield control, and also grievance mechanisms, where for the yield control is to make sure that the plot that we have mapped and we have in our system, we know the capacity of the plot and we know how many volume of beans that we expect from such plot, so that there is no infiltration. And once a farmer reaches the limit, if we will do assessment to know what is the factors behind the farmer reaching the limit or exceeding the limits, and whether we can still accept or not, so that we avoid the issue of infiltration of beans from non-program farmers into our program. And also grievance mechanism, because we are also anticipating issues of child labor and forced labor, so that people can report to us, and then those issues can be addressed. And with all this, we are sure that we can be compliant with the regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very detailed answer. I'm going back to you, Yusufu. You heard what an LBC and purchasing clerks are asking, and what they are expecting for farmers. How do you react to that, and what are your challenges also that you are facing?
So my response would be that with the private sector, they are looking at how they will get profit out of what they do. And considering the investment that Cocoa Board has made, I think that is the way to go. Because there are duplications of system around a specific district. You can get 5 private sector doing the same system with one farmer. Barry, Tuton, whatever, they will be doing the same system with one farmer. So to me, I think that what Cocoa Board have designed, where we want to enroll every farmer to a database that will be robust enough to track, will be the best way to go down, leaving the system to private sectors to come down to deal with farmers in that angle. Because we've received several reports, several issues that cocoa farmers have been confronting for the past years with the systems that LBCs tries to build around the farmer base. So to me, I would think that looking at the EUDR, that we want to onboard every farmer on board, we should have a clear direction, a clear system. We shouldn't allow the private sector to come down to do that work with the farmer, but they should pass through Cocoa Board system, because Cocoa Board have already built a system that through that system you can get the information you want. So why should we allow private sector to come down there, do their own mapping, whilst we will be having a general mapping for all farmers? So to me, this is what I see on the grounds as a big challenge to be the, because a farmer. LBCB wants the same data from the same farmer. At the end of the day, during the cocoa purchases and that system, you are not able to differentiate between what system are specific LBCs running. So if we are to streamline one system that at the end of the day, we know that the EU wants to achieve this. So if COCOBOT has already put in this system in place, why won't we work around that area and see how best we can all achieve the set goal that EU is setting for cocoa commodity?
Thank you very much. So we understand the confusion amongst the duplication of several systems, right? And you are there and have to answer this. Good. So I'm coming back now to the operator level. So seeing also all what operators are putting in place, what are the challenge from operators' perspective, Rosie, in trying to especially gather those information from the producing countries? Can you share that with us?
Alexandra? Yeah, so from the operator's perspective, the piece around traceability and traceability throughout the whole supply chain is a real challenge, particularly when you've got supply chains and then maybe many actors in those supply chains, 8 or more actors, and so on. And having that traceability back to the actual farm level. And then another struggle that we've found companies are having is then with the geolocation data, and also having the geolocation data that is in a format that can be used, so in a GeoJSON format that can be uploaded into the EU Traces system. We've seen lots of examples of companies asking their suppliers for this information, them receiving the information, but it's in a format that can't be used. So that's another challenge to get around that and to have data that is available. And then also access to accurate geospatial data and the geospatial layers that make up the data. So there might be a mapping system they can use, but if it's not up to date or if it's incorrectly mapped, there's this real risk of false positives, of companies identifying that there is a risk of deforestation, but actually it's been mapped incorrectly, so a deforestation risk has been alerted when actually it isn't the case. And then when do you know, when do you need to do real verification, or is it just a false positive that's been raised? And then there's the risk of mixing, so you might have very good systems in place, but then at a certain point in the supply chain, if that product is then mixed with material of an unknown origin, that can be an issue, and how do you then segregate the supply chain throughout the whole supply chain to whatever the final product is. And then finally, another really key challenge is about the difficulties within the legislation and where there are differences between the legislation and the guidance documents and which to follow. And then also, if you're a company that's sourcing from many countries in the world, how do you then relate that legislation to each of those different national contexts? And that's where we see that companies are struggling at the moment, and where there are challenges that need to be resolved and addressed.
Thank you. It's very good to hear this perspective. We heard also with what you said, Mr. Amoa, that we want to have more dialogue also with what's going on in Europe, and this, bring us more information also on what are their challenges from their end. And we should keep in mind that the responsibility is back on them if they are not compliant. Regardless the information they are gathering from us here, they will remind the sole responsible of the veracity of the information. Let's try to be positive, and I have a last round of question, more on the positive side, and we heard for the first panel that this AUDR has also trigger more dialogue and more transparency, cross-sectorial. What about the private sector? And asking you back now, Barry Calibo, what opportunities you also see that the regulation has brought to you and your type of organization? Can you share that with us?
Yes, sure. I have some. Yeah, so opportunities, what we see, and I wanted to come from where Isifu frustration is. I see more of now the opportunity for collaboration and partnership in the industry to address the issue, because we have all been talking about sustainability, and that is what we do. Some of us, that is what we also do for a living. And we have not been able to arrive at the right result that we aim at. And with EUDR, there is a common platform, and now when you meet industry players, everybody is talking about the same topic, and people are ready to collaborate to tackle the issue head on. So I think that is a good opportunity that the regulation brings for more partnership and collaboration among industry players to address the burning issue of deforestation and climate change. So that is a good thing for us. And also there is more of transparency and traceability. There's more investment, as I mentioned earlier. There's now more investment towards traceability and ensuring that there's transparency in the supply chain, which is good, and able to avoid the unethical practices in the industry. And it also offers a good opportunity for level playing field. And that is my question that I asked initially to Mr. Amwa, how we avoid the other people who are not covered under EUDR destroying what we achieved through EUDR. And that is a critical point that we need to have. But I think the regulation offers us a level playing field to make sure that we all work towards one objective, that is protecting our environment, whilst also earning from the cocoa that the farmers have graciously planted and offering us a source of livelihood. So that is one aspect, and also the opportunities for more investment also into biodiversity and forest restoration, which now most of the discussion, people are more receptive to talk about this investment than previously we were used to. And within Barikaibo now we have a project that we call the Payment for Environmental Services, which we pay farmers for planting trees on their farms and taking care of their farms. So all these investments, the willingness to do this investment is coming because of, also in part because of the regulation. So this is also offers us a good opportunity to invest back in restoration of the environment. And finally, I think one aspect is also for clarity in terms of compliance on the regulations, because we are used to a lot of certifications, and I think that is also one of the frustrations that Isifu was trying to express. We started with Woods Array on a different angles. They all have this component of deforestation, but we asked ourselves whether we were able to achieve the right result that it was intended to. And I think that everybody has his own answers in the head. For us, I think this regulation offers us a simple process to make sure that we resolve our environment and gives more clarity on compliance of what we need to be to protect our environment. So it's a good regulations, and it offers us all good opportunity to make sure that our environment is protected whilst doing our business as cocoa farmers.
Thank you very much for this positive note. I want to answer the same question to you, Isufu. Do you think this regulation is bringing also opportunity for farmers, cocoa farmers?
Yes, but if I want to just give some clarity. One challenge has to do with land accessibility. Cocoa farmers always want to look for a fertile land to plant their cocoa. And when a farmer wants to get a land, he doesn't engage cocoa board, or cocoa board doesn't come in. And there is no law that compares somebody who has developed an interest to be a farmer to go to any institution to look for land. So as an association, what we've planned doing is to also reach out to Forestry Commission. Apart from cocoa board, they should also give us a data that clearly gives us the reserved forest As we speak, we have 75 cocoa growing districts in Ghana, 10 regions. If they can provide us with the forest reserved for the 10 cocoa growing regions, so that if cocoa farmer wants to move from one region to another to go and search for fertile land, we can be promptly see that no, this land is reserved. It is not earmarked for agriculture purpose. Therefore, you shouldn't go there. Wouldn't than that, when the farmer wants to get a land, he doesn't go to Cocoa Board or Forest Commission. So before we realize, the farmer have already planted his cocoa farm. So I think we have to look at that angle too. And looking at the opportunities, yes, this has created an avenue for several engagements. Several private sectors come to farmers to engage them, to let the farmers understand what they think, the support that they will give to, particularly looking at the cost of production today and how to maximize yield. So this have opened up opportunity for one-on-one collaboration. Cocoa Board severally engage us to let us also understand the consequence if farmers do not abide by the regulation. So all these things have given us a new direction, such that we also think ahead, so that we wouldn't see the situation like we are leaving the other actors to only operate, but farmers are directly involved to also support in terms of the EU DR, because we know in Ghana that most of our cocoa beans find itself at the EU market. So if we don't support Cocoa Board and other actors, and at the end of the day, EU decide not to buy cocoa, the end or the bottom consequence comes to the farmer. So I think a lot have been done, and we are also seeing to support with the other value chain actors.
Thank you very much. I like this thinking ahead sentence, like that very much. My last question will be to you, Rosie, because before we open the floor for questions here, since you are used to work closely with operators, can you share also what they are telling regarding possible opportunities also they've had with this regulation, and how this might have either facilitate their work or bring additional opportunities? Can you share that with us?
Yeah. So yeah, it's always easy to focus on the challenges, but we are seeing some opportunities, and I think the point's been raised about having more transparent supply chains, as well as I think also long-term supply chain relationships as well, so longer-term relationships with suppliers, and that's beneficial for both the supplier and for the company in terms of, say, cost and quality of a product, and having better dialogue with all those actors in the supply chain. As well as it's a drive for innovation that we're seeing from companies, and looking at the overall sustainability of how products and materials are designed. So there's an example of rather than using one product, or rather than using leather, is it possible to use plant-based materials and so on. So yes, there's the possibility of innovation. And then finally, in terms of the overall goal of deforestation, and for companies to be able to meet increasing demand from consumers on deforestation-free requirements, but also from investors for those deforestation-free requirements there as well, and that to help support by companies complying with the EUDR, that to help them support in their reporting as well. Yeah, that's where there are some of the opportunities from the EUDR.
Thank you very much. I would like to not steal more time in speaking, and rather let the audience invite you, if you do have questions, to our panel here. So we would like you to say just your name and your organization, and then put your question.
Thank you. My name is Ernest Dandy, and I work with Sutin. Okay, so first of all, maybe let me start with a remark on the duplication of systems among experience among farmers. Okay, so I would say so far as we don't have any common platform where farmer information and also especially with regards to sustainability is concerned, and also so far as there's no maybe legal backing restricting farmers as to how to associate with operator and supplier, for example, the LBCs. We keep on seeing some of these things. It will keep repeating because at the end of the day, you go there, you register a farmer, you leave, and another person comes in because of the benefits that are likely to be received. You will see the farmer registering, having a multiple registration among operators and also LBCs. So for me, I think we need to work towards maybe getting a system where a farmer can be tied to either an LBC or maybe an operator. That might be the solution. Well, okay, so now my questions to the cooperative chairman. How well have farmers been educated to come to terms with the fact that once one farm, if you have multiple farms and one is non-compliant in terms of UDR, the rest should be, all that is in the beans will not be sourced, it will be taken out of the chain. And so, and then the rest will be sourced as maybe non-conventional, conventional beans. How well are farmers, because this is very, but I'm asking this based on experience. We interacted with farmers and then we realized that this understanding is really not there. So I don't know the area where you trained, if the farmers really accept this, that once, if you have 4 farms and one is not maybe UDR compliant, the rest we don't have to source your beans, the rest of the 3 plots or maybe the rest of the plots, we don't have to buy the beans and then maybe you as UDR compliant because there's a window, create a window for. So I don't know how your farmers are well acquainted with this understanding. Now to Barry, you talked about automation, automating the traceability system. I think this is a very good policy because now, so far as operators are concerned, if you do not validate and verify the traceability, the beans will not leave the district port to Cocoa Board, let's say Tema or Takrade. But then don't forget, somebody should be there. The system itself cannot be entering the traceability data. So I want to find out also for ourselves what other supporting structures we have put in place to help us achieve this. And also, how can we avoid mixing, yes, at the community level, especially when it comes to segregating at the community piece, because this is where we really need to tackle. We already foresee some of the challenges when it comes to segregation at the PC level and also coming. How can we manage possible, or let's say the potential mixing that can be envisaged from the community and also the PC shares? Thank you.
Thank you for the addition.
Thank you. So my name is Abdul. I work with Nestle. Okay, so I mean, I have the feeling that, and I think Ms. Amwa, you mentioned it, that the private sector do not trust your system, right? What makes you think so, right? Identifying a problem is part of solving it, right? What makes you think that the private sector do not trust the system? Number two, we are talking about a system, right? And the system is subject to an attack. If you are advocating for a unified system, what systems do you put in place to protect that system, right? In an event that that whole system collapses, what happens to the cocoa industry?
Feel comfortable to report. All other matters are just insignificant, but that is what I can say on that. We do receive, but it's more related to money.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the time and looking at the Danish embassy here. Maybe we can have a last short question. Yes?
We have an issue with reforestation. We have degraded forest reserves, which are under a gray area, which now the EUDR plus the consortium of buyers plus the cocoa board on cocoa coming from deforested forest reserves, which we are trying to do reforestation. And then there's a lot of cocoa encroachment. These are historical. How do you address this challenge? You know? Because we are trying to do a reforestation and then we get frustrated by the cocoa farmers competing on the land. We are trying to bring them together, bring us and the farmer together, but in the interim, how is that verified? That's why I asked the question this morning. How do you verify where the cocoa is coming from?
In terms of EUDR, what is important, if you look at the definition of the forest, land use is important. If the land was for agricultural purpose and you have reforested, definitely when you convert it to agriculture, it's not deforestation per EUDR definition of the forest. So, critical question we need to ask is that, was that land demarcated for agricultural purpose? No. If not, then there's an issue we need to engage in.
Thank you for the short and concise answer. So just for sake of time, I know that there are very interesting questions. I suggest we continue with this question, you know, in a more informal way at the cocktail reception. But first of all, I want to thank the second panelist here to take those hard questions from you all. So thank you very much. So we're coming to the end of our day. Of course, we would have want more time, but it's getting late, and we have some drinks and food that is waiting for us. I will just, you know, I was thinking how to close this and to make a wrap up, but I decided just to quote some of the words or sentences I've heard during this afternoon, not in an order of importance, but in order that I remember. So the first one being to avoid to duplicate effort, right? The second is to have more sensitization, more raising awareness, more capacity building on this topic of EUDR. The third is to have a more simple system. Let's talk more simplicity, I've heard. Of course, I need to quote you of thinking ahead, very, very important. And another one is that we are no longer doing business as usual. So with this, I would like to thank you. I will first of all leave the floor to the Danish embassy to also close this event. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Sandra. Yeah, I will just wrap up today on a more practical note. And good evening, by the way. I am the head of trade here at the embassy. We would really like to invite you all for some networking and a drink in the ambassador's garden, just 50 meters this way when you get out of the door, where you can continue the lively discussions over a drink and some food. So, but I think there's one last thing, right?
Yes, just very one last thing where I would like to, we know we have also our cherished clients in the room if they are not gone. And this is also an opportunity for us to celebrate faithfulness with us. So we would like to actually call Samartex, who's in the room. Please come with us here. Samartex has been with Prefer by Nature over the last 15 years, so thank you very much, Samartex, holding an FSC certificate with us. And hope for more years, of course. All right, thank you. Next 15 years of being with us is Coco Abrabopa. So, where is Coco Abrabopa? Mahmoud is gone. Okay, we keep that for Coco Abrabopa. Next one, we're going down to only 10 years of being with us, which is for Olam. So, Isaac, thank you very much. More years, Isaac. Another one, I know they are in the room. We would like to thank very much Lux and Lumber for their 10 years with Prefer by Nature, being FSC certified. And finally, the last 10 years is AgroEcom, which is also being with Prefer by Nature over the last 10 years. Not sure they are here. Okay, we'll keep that very closely for them. Of course, we do have also other very important clients with us, but sorry, you have not reached this milestone yet. So next time. So let's say again, thank you very much for keeping alert and listening to our presentation and for the debate. And we really believe that this will continue, right? But let's first get a reward and get some nice drinks and food as was invited by the embassy. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. And you have a small bag. Please don't leave it. It's a very humble gift from us.